Chapter 20. The matter of Ling Zhao's return to the inner courtyard was heated up for a few days before it calmed down again. Ling Zhao did not mind this at all. He still tirelessly cultivated every day. Other than using the 3-part restoration qi to condense profound energy every night, he would spend most of his time during the day cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The rest of the time, he would run to the inner courtyard's library to look for books related to this continent's history and knowledge to increase his understanding of this world. Currently, Ling Zhao only knew that the first 2 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformation technique were the first transformation, skin refining, and the second transformation, tendon refining. The first transformation, skin refining, first needed to strengthen every part of the body, causing the body's external resistance to reach its peak. This point was similar to the iron cloth and golden bell canopy that Ling Zhao knew of in his previous life. In his previous life, Ling Zhao had cultivated many flashy martial arts, but he did not have any defensive external martial arts. The reason he wanted to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique now was to have something to rely on before he had the strength to protect himself. At the very least, when he faced experts who were stronger than him, he would have a way to preserve his life and not be trampled upon. For 5 consecutive days, Ling Zhao first did a lot of physical exercises in the morning, such as long-distance running with weights, frog jumps, push-ups. At noon, when the sun was high up in the sky, he took off his clothes and stood under the scorching sun for 4 hours before jumping into cold water to cool down. After cooling down, he received attacks from external objects. These were all the basic steps of skin refining. It could be said that this was simply a perverted and masochistic cultivation method. The current Ling Zhao had gone through more than a month of cultivation and had become a low-level profound practitioner. His body was becoming more and more erect, and after a few days of skin refining, his entire body seemed to be much stronger. His black and shiny skin gave people a feeling that it was full of health and vitality. On the afternoon of the 6th day, as usual, Ling Zhao stood in a horse stance with his upper body bare. His arms were spread wide, and he was carrying 2 buckets of water on each of his hands. He was enduring the scorching heat under the blazing sun. Beads of sweat flowed down his handsome face like a stream. The dark muscles on his upper body turned red as if they were being roasted on a grill. The meat on his body seemed ready to be eaten at any time. The 2 buckets of water in his hands did not shake at all. They were still calmly sitting in the buckets. Not long after, ripples appeared on the water surface of the 2 buckets, as if they were about to ripple out. However, Ling Zhao still clenched his teeth and persevered. He looked at the reflection in front of him and screamed in his heart, "Persevere, persevere. It's almost been 4 hours." Finally, when his own reflection reached the position that he had already drawn, Ling Zhao's mind relaxed. The buckets in his hands finally had a few drops of water. Ling Zhao turned around and took 2 steps forward. He poured the bucket of water in his hands into the large wooden bucket, and then jumped into the bucket. Hiss! Just as Ling Zhao entered the wooden bucket, he vaguely let out a small sound. Following that, Ling Zhao's expression changed, and he could not help but let out a hiss. At this moment, it was the sound of his burning body suddenly becoming cold. It was like a piece of red-hot iron being thrown into water. Ling Zhao clenched his teeth, and his body began to circulate the Vajra 5 transformation technique to cultivate. Gradually, Ling Zhao's nerves finally relaxed, and his face no longer had that pained expression. After a while, Ling Zhao jumped out of the bucket and lightly shouted, "It really hurts. I'm really looking for trouble. Why did I choose this cultivation technique? If others saw me like this, they would think that I'm a masochist." Although he was complaining, Ling Zhao was still a very stubborn person. As long as he chose a path, he would persevere. As the days passed, the Ling family was about to usher in a grand event. The annual family test would be held in the inner courtyard's training field in 3 days. The younger generation of the Ling family were all speeding up their cultivation. Whether it was the martial disciple or the profound practitioner, they were all striving to increase their strength. If they still remained at the strength of last year, they would become the laughingstock of everyone. In the Ling family, everyone regarded strength and tenbin as more important than their lives. If their strength did not increase within 2 years, they would be sent out of the inner courtyard and arranged to manage the Ling family's businesses in the outside world. Or they would be sent as a guard to protect the Ling family's businesses. Their status in the Ling family would plummet. Or if they did not break through to the profound practitioner level before the age of 20, they would also be sent out. From this, it could be seen that the Ling family valued martial arts. This was also a major reason why the Ling family had always been above the Li and Luo families. Ling Xiao did not care about this at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. He continued to cultivate, and when he had time, he would teach Bai Yushi how to cultivate. Although Bai Yushi had always treated Ling Xiao as a young master, Ling Xiao had never treated her as a maid. Other than letting her serve him some simple daily life, he would not let her do any other heavy work. Now that he had returned to the inner courtyard, the family had arranged for 4 servants for him, 2 male servants and 2 female servants. These 4 people had all been arranged by Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiyun's family, so Bai Yushi had more free time now. Ling Xiao had long planned to have Bai Yushi stay by his side as a personal maid for the rest of his life. He did not want his beautiful little sister to become another man's pet. He was a normal man who liked women, especially beautiful women. He wanted to take them for himself, so he chose to be selfish. Unless Bai Yushi fell in love with another man one day, he might let go, but he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Which man would dislike having too many women? Actually, Ling Xiao had still underestimated the persistence in Bai Yushi's heart. She had already chosen Ling Xiao as her young master, and she would never betray him in this lifetime unless she died. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to pass on the inner force mental cultivation method to Bai Yushi, but this was a very tyrannical cultivation method and was not suitable for women to cultivate. After thinking about it, he chose a set of inner force mental cultivation method for Bai Yushi, the Shuiyue divine art, for Bai Yushi to cultivate, and then taught her a set of sword skill Shuiyue sword technique. This set of cultivation method and sword skill were created by Ling Xiao's previous life's Shuiyue martial uncle. Shuiyue martial uncle was a peerless expert who was only inferior to his old ghost master. Shuiyue martial uncle had only accepted 1 female disciple in her life, but unfortunately, she was killed by the ghost sect. In a fit of rage, Shuiyue martial uncle used the Shuiyue sword technique to kill 12 Xiantian realm experts of the ghost sect. Only when the ghost sect leader personally arrived did Shuiyue martial uncle stop. After that, Shuiyue martial uncle did not accept another disciple, so she passed on the cultivation method and sword skill to Ling Xiao, saying that it was a gift for Ling Xiao's future wife. Every time Ling Xiao thought of Shuiyue martial uncle's charming face, his heart would always ripple with a satisfied smile, but it was a pity that time could not be turned back. "Ayo!" A soft cry came out. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and saw Bai Yushi sitting on the ground with her brows tightly furrowed, looking like she was in pain. Ling Xiao hurriedly walked over. "What's wrong, Yushi?" Bai Yushi turned her charming face back and said with a forced smile on her face, "Young master, I'm fine." After responding, she was about to stand up, but who knew that there would be another wave of pain in her foot, causing her to stagger and fall again. "Be careful." Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he sped up to Bai Yushi's side, supporting her. "Did you sprain your foot?" "You can't go overboard when practicing martial arts," Ling Xiao said with concern. However, Bai Yushi lowered her head and did not answer him. Ling Xiao was about to ask again, but suddenly, he felt as if there were 2 soft lumps pressing on his arms, and a wonderful feeling came over him. Ling Xiao looked over, only to find that his hands were actually hugging Bai Yushi's chest, tightly hugging her 2 soft lumps of flesh. No wonder it felt so comfortable. Ling Xiao laughed awkwardly, and somewhat reluctantly removed his perverted hands and said, Sorry, no." Bai Yushi's face was flushed red as she lowered her delicate face and replied softly, "Come, sit down and let me take a look. Did you sprain it?" Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic, but in his heart, he was secretly exclaiming, "How elastic!" Ling Xiao helped Bai Yushi to the side of the stone bench and then took off her cloth shoes, revealing her white and exquisite jade feet, which were round and smooth, making people want to caress them lightly. Ling Xiao caressed the red and swollen foot, and said with a pained heart, "It's all swollen, it's all right, I'll get some cold water for you and then rub it a little." After Ling Xiao said that, he got up to get some water. Bayushi raised her delicate red face, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Ling Xiao's back. Her face turned into a thick smile, as if the pain from the sprain had completely disappeared. "Young master? That's great!" Bayushi silently cried out in her heart. After Ling Xiao got the water, he soaked Bayushi's slender feet in the water, and then transferred some profound energy to her feet to help reduce the swelling. Not long later, the swelling on Bayushi's feet disappeared. Ling Xiao carefully helped Bayushi put on her shoes and instructed, "All right, rest for today. Meditate well, you should be fine tomorrow." Bayushi nodded and replied softly with a red face, "Thank you, young master." "Silly girl, there's no need to be so polite. You're this young master's daughter, god sister. It's only right for a brother to take care of his sister," Ling Xiao said with a smile, almost revealing his inner thoughts. Bayushi glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, am I very stupid? Why do you ask?" Ling Xiao was stunned. "I can't even learn the sword moves you taught me," Bayushi said embarrassedly. Ling Xiao comforted her, "Silly girl, you've only learned for a few days, martial arts can't be mastered in a day. You have to have confidence in yourself, maybe in the near future you can even surpass me, young master." "I don't want to surpass young master, as long as I don't drag young master down." Bayushi waved her hand and said. Ling Xiao smiled and wanted to say something, but a loud and clear cry came from the room. "Ha, I broke through again." The voice came from the study room and, needless to say, it was Ling Zhan. Ever since Ling Xiao gave the half-a-thousand-year-old King Crow ginseng to Ling Zhan had been cultivating the three-part returning energy while absorbing the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year-old King Crow ginseng. This was already the 5th time he broke through his meridian. Ling Zhan walked out of the study room in high spirits, and his entire body was glowing. Compared to his previous sloppy and downtrodden appearance, it was like the clouds and mud. Meng Xiun also came out of the room with a face full of joy and asked with an excited tone, "Brother Zhan, you've become a 5th-rank martial disciple?" Ling Zhan looked at his charming wife and nodded heavily. "Yes, I've already broken through the 6th meridian. I believe that in at most another month, I'll be able to become a profound practitioner again." "That's great!" Meng Xiun exclaimed. Even in her dreams, she had never thought that her own son and husband would be able to cultivate profound energy once again. They could finally get rid of the title of useless father and son. She felt extremely proud of them in her heart, and all the grievances she had suffered over the past few years had instantly vanished into thin air. "Xiun, I've wronged you all these years. I swear that I won't let you suffer anymore." Ling Zhan held his wife's hand and solemnly announced. Chapter 21. Ling Zhan broke through his 6th meridian, and the whole family was very happy. Meng Xiun even specially ordered the servants to prepare a sumptuous meal to celebrate, hoping that Ling Zhan would become a Xianxia cultivator as soon as possible. After the meal, Ling Zhan called Ling Xiao to the study. "Son, thank you." Ling Zhan heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said gratefully. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Father, you are my father. Without you, there would be no me. Is there a need to thank me? We are a family, so don't treat me like an outsider." Ling Zhan looked at his son with gratification and sighed. "I thought that my life would be spent in chaos. I never thought that I would be able to cultivate Xianxia again. For a cultivator, this is the same as giving me a second life. As long as I can cultivate back to my peak, I don't ask for anything else." At this point, he paused and stared at Ling Xiao. "Xiao, you are different from father. Since the immortal chose you as his disciple, it proves that the immortal's vision is not wrong. Your future will be greater than father's, the Ling family's, and anyone else's in Meteor City. Therefore, you must cultivate well and live up to the immortal's expectations." Ling Xiao listened to his father's serious instructions and did not refute. He nodded obediently and said, "Father, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. I will not let you down." I will not let down the immortals' expectations. That's good. Oh yes, 3 days later is the family test. You must perform well and make those who look down on us shut up. Ling Zhan said. Yes, father. Ling Xiao nodded. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Ling family's annual test was held today. Early in the morning, the large training field was already filled with more than 100 young men between the ages of 12 to 20. These young men were the 18th generation of the Ling family. There were direct descendants and collateral descendants. As long as they passed the test, they would become the future pillars of the Ling family. Regardless of whether they were direct descendants or collateral descendants, they would receive the same treatment. They would either stay in the inner courtyard or be sent out. Today would be the day to find out. At this moment, everyone on the martial arts field was divided into 3 groups. The first group was led by the clan leader's grandson, Ling Li. The second group was led by the second elder's grandson, Ling Kuang. The third group was made up of the collateral descendants, led by the strongest of them all, Ling Hu. Among these 3 groups, Ling Kuang's group had the most people. The second group was led by Ling Li's group and the last group was led by Ling Hu's group. In this continent where strength was everything, all the aristocratic families revered strength. The Ling family was no exception. Ling Kuang was the most outstanding martial artist under the age of 20 among the 18th generation. He became a low-level mystic cultivator at the age of 19, so he received the support of others. Ling Li was not weak either. He was 18 years old and had the strength of a high-level mystic cultivator. He was expected to become a low-level mystic cultivator before the age of 19. He was ranked 3rd in last year's test and was the first grandson of the clan leader. He had many supporters. As for Ling Hu, he was 19 years old and had the strength of a mid-level mystic cultivator. Although he was only ranked 5th in the 18th generation, he was the most outstanding one among the collateral descendants. The 3 groups of supporters gathered together and chatted non-stop. Everyone was either pleasantly surprised or nervous. They were pleasantly surprised because the annual test was coming, and they were nervous because they were worried that they would not be able to successfully pass the test. Say, do you think brother Ling Kuang will get first place again? He's been first for 2 years in a row. He's really admirable. That goes without saying. Brother Ling Kuang is already a low-level mystic cultivator. He's the strongest in our generation. If he didn't get first place, who else could it be? That's right. Although Ling Li's strength is also very strong, he hasn't broken through the mystic realm. He's destined to lose to brother Ling Kuang. Although Ling Li might not be able to defeat brother Ling Kuang, there's one person who can definitely threaten brother Ling Kuang. T. Who has that kind of strength? Mystic cultivators can release their mystic energy and cultivate their own elemental techniques. They have boundless power and are worlds apart from mystic cultivators. Unless that person is also a mystic cultivator. Didn't you hear that someone in the family broke through the mystic realm? Could it be Ling Bin, who was ranked 2nd last year? Yes, it's her. Everyone was discussing and the atmosphere was very lively. Ling Xiao arrived late and found a place where no one cared to sit down. In his impression, there wasn't anyone in the 18th generation that he had a deep relationship with. He didn't bother to go and just hoped that the test could be carried out quickly. Not long after, the elders and a group of deacons finally came out from the cabinet. Patriarch Ling Tsong walked to the high platform in the middle of the training field with his hands behind his back. He said in a dignified voice, "Today, it's time for our Ling family's annual test again. Every year, this day is the time to see your strength increase. Survival of the fittest is the natural law of survival. So whether you stay or leave is in your hands. I won't talk about the rules. Just like previous years, I'm going to announce that the top 5 disciples of the Ling family will be able to participate in the year-end competition between the big families in Meteorite City." When Ling Tsong said this, the audience was in an uproar. There were more than 10 big and small families in Meteorite City. Every 3 years, they would hold a competition between the younger generation to prove the future potential of the big families. At the same time, the families would give out generous rewards. Those who could achieve good results could not only bring glory to the family, but also receive rewards from the competition. These rewards could be mystic techniques, elixirs, or high-grade weapons that could help with cultivation. The requirement for the competition was for the younger generation under the age of 25, and it had nothing to do with those who exceeded the age limit. Ling Tsang lowered his voice and continued, "At the same time, the top 5 disciples will receive personal guidance from the elders and receive the same treatment as the deacons of the inner courtyard. Moreover, the great elder will choose a successor disciple from among the 5. Wow! Everyone cried out in surprise. It wasn't to receive guidance from the elders, nor was it to receive the same treatment as the deacons of the inner court. What shocked them the most was that the grand elder will choose a successor disciple from among the 5 of you. The great elder had a supreme position in the Ling family, and his strength was the most unfathomable in the Ling family. His prestige in the Ling family was even higher than that of the patriarch, and he was even more famous in Meteorite City. 10 years ago, there was a middle-level soul master who dared to challenge the Ling family's prestige. At that time, the elders of the Ling family were not the soul master's opponent, and in the end, they were beaten into meat paste by the great elder. From then on, no one dared to challenge the Ling family's prestige. Even the Li and Luo families, which were equally famous as the Ling family, were somewhat afraid of the great elder. As long as the great elder of the Ling family was there, the Ling family's position would not be threatened. One could imagine how glorious it was to be able to become the great elder's successor disciple. It was something worth being surprised about. Not only would they have a high position in the Ling family, but they would also have the great elder's cultivation method. It would be impossible for them not to become stronger. Whether it was the 17th generation of the Ling family or the current younger generation, they all respected the great elder. Everyone wanted to become the great elder's successor disciple. It was just that the former no longer had this opportunity, and the latter would go crazy for the one and only spot. Ling Tsang then casually said a few words of encouragement and announced the start of the test. The first test was a test of martial strength. This test was very simple. The main thing was to use the testing crystal to test everyone's martial strength. As long as the tester used all his strength to hit the crystal would reflect the color value, and the martial strength would be determined by the color value. This test was carried out by the 9th elder, Ling Fu. Ling Fu was about 60 years old. He was thin and looked like a very ordinary old man. However, one could not treat him as an old man without the strength to carry a chicken. Otherwise, one would have to bear the consequences. Ling Fu stood on the high platform and held the name list in his hand. He muttered, "Descendant of the 18th generation, Ling Yan, please come up." As soon as he finished speaking, a 15-year-old, strong-looking youth separated from the crowd. With a light shout, he leaped onto the high platform with a very beautiful posture. Ling Yan bowed to Ling Fu, then with a loud shout, he gathered all the strength in his right fist and smashed it heavily onto the testing crystal. Boom! Ling Yan withdrew his fist. The testing crystal turned from white to light gray, and then the gray became thicker. When it reached a certain level, it stopped. Elder Ling Fu nodded and said in a clear voice, "Not bad. Level 8 martial disciple. Compared to last year, you have advanced by 1 level. You can continue to stay in the inner courtyard to cultivate and strive to break through to the profound realm as soon as possible." After receiving Ling Fu's praise, Ling Yan's face turned into a happy expression. He bowed to Elder Ling Fu and then left the high platform. Ling Fu's voice sounded again, "Descendant of the 18th generation, Ling Yan, please come up." Ling Yan was younger than Ling Yan, only 13 years old. He looked weak and was a branch disciple. With a slightly timid expression, he went up the stage and directly punched the testing crystal. The testing crystal also turned from white to light gray, and then began to thicken again. However, the degree to which it reached was not as deep as Ling Yan's. Ling Fu announced, "Ling Yan, level 4 martial disciple, can continue to stay in the inner courtyard to cultivate." Next is Ling Shui. Ling Shui, level 6 martial disciple, can continue to stay in the inner courtyard to cultivate. Ling Wen, level 3 martial disciple, has not advanced for 2 years in a row. He will be sent out of the inner courtyard to wait for arrangements. Most of the Ling family disciples who went up to take the test were extremely excited because they had passed the test, while the few that did not were dejected and had a sad expression on their faces. Descendant of the 18th generation, Ling Tian, please come up. As Elder Ling Fu's voice fell, a commotion broke out below the stage. Then, a young man about 16 years old in white robes with a thin sword on his back let out a soft cry. He spun in the air and landed on the stage with a very graceful movement. This young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked very handsome, but his eyes were always high and mighty, full of arrogance, which made people feel uncomfortable. Ling Tian, the grandson of the fourth elder, Ling Wei, had extraordinary talent. Last year, at the age of 15, he broke through the martial disciple realm and became a low-level profound practitioner. Last year, Ling Tian was already a low-level profound practitioner. I wonder if he broke through to a mid-level profound practitioner this year. It's not easy to break through a small level in a year. I don't think it's possible. There's nothing impossible about it. Big brother Ling Kuang also became a mid-level profound practitioner in 16 years. Ling Tian's talent is not inferior to big brother Ling Kuang's. Looking at his smug look, he must have already broken through to become a mid-level profound practitioner. Ling Tian ignored the discussion below the stage. He lightly curled the corner of his mouth and casually struck the testing crystal with one hand. Boom! The testing crystal turned from white to gray, and finally from gray to a faint light yellow. Finally, it stopped at a certain level. Ling Fu's face revealed a look of praise as he nodded towards Ling Tian. Very good. Breaking through a small level in a year. Ling Tian, a mid-level profound practitioner, can continue to stay in the inner courtyard to cultivate. Wow! When Ling Fu announced Ling Tian's results, most of the people below the stage cried out in surprise. It was obvious that they were very surprised by Ling Tian's strength. Ling Tian seemed to be very satisfied with the reaction below the stage. However, when his gaze swept to a certain corner, his face stiffened, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his face before he left the stage. Chapter 22. After Ling Tian went down, the atmosphere in the arena became more lively. Following that, the few people who came up were all martial disciples of the 6th to 9th rank, and no one was left out of the inner courtyard. At this point, a third of the more than 100 Ling family disciples had taken the test, and only Ling Tian and 2 other Ling family disciples had reached the profound realm. It could be seen that in order to break through to the profound realm, one's talent was also very important. 18th generation descendant, Ling Ji. Just as one of the Ling family disciples went down, Ling Fu's voice rang out again. Ling Ji raised his arrogant head and walked up. He did not greet the 9th elder, but raised his fist and smashed it on the testing crystal. Ling Fu did not care at all, and looked at the color value of the testing crystal, and read out loud, Ling Ji, low-level profound realm. Compared to last year's 9th rank martial disciple, you have broken through 1 rank and can continue to stay in the inner courtyard. Ling Ji snorted and was about to go down the stage. 18th generation descendant, Ling Xiao, come up. Ling Fu continued to call out. Just as Ling Fu finished shouting, the audience went silent for a moment, and then exploded into an uproar. I never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to come back to take the test. What a miracle, but I wonder what his cultivation level is now. I think he's at least a high-level profound realm martial disciple. I saw with my own eyes that Ling Ji was no match for him. Even a salted fish can make a comeback. Back then, the Grand Elder said that he would never be able to cultivate profound chi again. What a dog's luck. Who knows when he'll become a cripple again? The younger generation of the Ling family was in a heated discussion about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and slowly walked up the stairs to the stage. He did not choose to make a flashy entrance like Ling Tian, because there were only brats here, and there were no beauties, so he did not want to waste his energy. As he walked past Ling Ji did not hide the ruthlessness in his eyes, and said to Ling Xiao with narrowed eyes, I was careless last time, you better pray that you don't meet me later, or else, you're dead. Ling Xiao glanced at him and didn't want to argue with him. He said to himself, "It's such a beautiful day, and there's no cloud in the sky. To hear the barking of a dog, what a shame." As he finished speaking, he walked up to the high platform. Ling Ji clenched his fists and turned around to stare at Ling Xiao's back. He thought to himself, "Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for." Ling Xiao walked up to the high platform and very tactfully bowed to Ling Fu. "Greetings, Ninth Elder." Ling Fu smiled and nodded. "Let's begin." Ling Xiao responded softly, walked up to the testing crystal, and casually swung his fist. The testing crystal turned from white to a pale yellow. Ling Fu glanced at him and announced with a slightly puzzled expression, "Ling Xiao, a low-level profound practitioner, can continue to stay in the inner courtyard." Low-level profound practitioners? How is that possible? I heard that he even defeated 2 of the 5th Elder's high-level profound practitioner guards. He should be a low-level profound practitioner. Could he be hiding his strength? It's possible. Ling Ji, who had returned to the bottom of the platform, heard Ling Fu's announcement and was stunned for a moment before muttering to himself, "So what if we are on the same level? I will not lose." On the other side, Ling Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with disdain, "To think that I treated you as my idol in the past. It turns out that you are just a low-level trash." On the side of the branch family, Ling Hu stared at Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, and muttered, as expected of a genius of the past, to actually rise again after his meridians were destroyed, how amazing! In the area with the most Ling family members, a 19-year-old youth stood at the front and sneered, "Umph, the title of genius of the Ling family belongs only to me." After Ling Xiao went down, the test continued. The first round of the test took close to 4 hours to end. Out of the 100 over Ling family members, a few dozen were sent out of the inner courtyard, while the rest remained. In the first round of the test, other than Ling Tian and Ling Xiao, there were also a few Ling family members who broke through from the 9th level of the martial disciple realm to the low-level profound practitioner realm, which attracted everyone's attention. Ling Hu, who was the representative of the branch family, broke through from the mid-level profound practitioner realm to the high-level profound practitioner realm last year, which attracted even more attention. Even the elders on the stage looked at Ling Hu with admiration. With Ling Hu's talent, there was hope for him to break through to the profound practitioner realm, and the Ling family would have another fierce general in the future. Although the few people mentioned above were all very outstanding, the one who attracted the most attention was still Ling Lin, who broke through to the profound practitioner realm. Ling Lin was the granddaughter of the 4th elder Ling Wei, and was Ling Tian's biological brother. Her talent was also very outstanding, and she had just broken through to the profound practitioner realm a few days ago, becoming the second person under the age of 20 in the 18 generations. After the first round ended, the second round began. The second round was a martial arts test to determine the order of ranking. Although the testing crystal could test a person's martial rank, this did not mean that a low-level martial disciple was not as good as a high-level martial disciple. Occasionally, there would be a precedent of a low-level martial disciple defeating a high-level martial disciple. This was a matter of personal talent. In the second round, starting from the lowest level martial disciple, the same level would be eliminated. For example, a 5th level martial disciple would fight a 5th level martial disciple, and a 6th level martial disciple would fight a 6th level martial disciple to determine the ranking of the same level. Then, the highest-ranked person of the same level would challenge anyone one level above, or choose to give up, retaining the ranking, and so on, until the final ranking was determined. Due to the large number of people, the martial arts field was divided into 4 competition grounds, with 4 attendants acting as judges. First, the ranking of the martial disciples would be decided, and the 15 Ling family members who had already broken through to the profound practitioner realm would be left behind to compete on the martial arts field's arena. The 4 martial arts arenas were all surrounded by a small circle. Everyone was supporting their own brothers and sisters. To participate in the second round, one had to at least reach the strength of a 5th level martial disciple. There was nothing much to see in the first round, a 5th level martial disciple against a 5th level martial disciple. There were no fancy moves, only a battle of reaction speed and brute force. It was not until the 7th level martial disciple and above that the atmosphere at the scene rose. This was because many of the Ling family members had already used their gray rank profound skills, and the scene became more intense and interesting. Some of the attendants of the family also paid attention to these good seedlings. If they found a disciple with amazing battle talent, they would receive better attention and nurture in the coming year. Regarding this kind of child's play, the dozen or so people who had reached the profound practitioner realm had no interest in watching the martial disciple realm, because they all had the pride and dignity of a profound practitioner. However, there was one exception. Ling Xiao was like a child who had never seen the world, taking turns to wander around the 4 big martial arts arenas, watching the situation of the competition. Occasionally, he would sink into deep thought, and after a while, he would reveal an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if he had comprehended something. Not far away, Ling Ji stared at Ling Xiao's back, clenching his fists tightly, as if he wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart. Ling Tian was also paying attention to Ling Xiao, but the disdain in his eyes grew stronger. After a round of competition, the strongest martial disciple realm had been determined, but no one expected it to be won by a girl. She was the granddaughter of the 3rd elder, Ling Shui. She had just turned 15, and with the strength of a 9th level martial disciple, she had defeated 3 Ling family members of the same level with her gray rank martial technique, flower scattering hands. Her overall ranking rose to 16, and she had the right to choose to participate in the profound practitioner realm competition, or she could choose to give up. The martial disciple realm competition had just ended, and the profound practitioner realm competition was about to begin. In the end, Ling Shui chose to give up participating in the profound practitioner realm competition, but even so, no one laughed at her or ridiculed her. Everyone thought it was a wise choice. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the martial disciple realm and the profound practitioner realm. The profound practitioner realm competition was not like the martial disciple realm competition, where people of the same level fought against people of the same level. Instead, they chose to draw lots, and no matter who their opponent was, they had to face them or give up. Of course, Ling Kuang and Ling Lin, who had already reached the profound scholar realm, did not participate in the profound practitioner realm competition. They had already been internally determined to be the top 2, and there were only 3 spots left in the top 5, which would be determined among the remaining 13 profound practitioners. Because Ling Shui did not participate in the profound practitioner realm competition, there was an odd number of profound practitioners. If they drew lots, there would be a bye, and the one who got a bye would be the lucky one, and would be able to directly enter the next round of competition. A Ling family attendant came up with a box for drawing lots, and the 13 profound practitioners came up one by one to draw lots. The first to go up was Ling Tian. After he drew his lot, he didn't even look at it and directly handed it to the attendant, as if he could defeat anyone he met. He looked extremely confident. Following that, there were also Ling family members who went up to draw lots. When it was almost time for Ling Xiao to go up to draw lots, a person walked over to his side. It was a youth dressed in blue martial clothes. This youth could not be considered the handsome type, but his figure was very tall, and he was very pleasing to the eye. His entire body emitted an aura that could not be ignored, and the golden spear on his back was extremely dazzling. One look and anyone could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This person was Ling Xiao's cousin, Ling Li, who had the strength of a high-level profound practitioner. In Ling Xiao's memories, this big brother of his only knew how to train hard, and was the silent and cold type of person. According to Ling Xiao's previous life, he was the type of man who loved to show off. Big brother, Ling Xiao greeted. As far as he could remember, he didn't have any bad blood with this big brother of his, and their friendship wasn't that deep either. However, he couldn't ignore this courtesy, since this was his cousin after all. Ling Li nodded lightly and then said, "Let's go draw lots together." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Li doubtfully, and then nodded and replied, "Okay." Ling Li and Ling Xiao went up to draw lots together, and attracted everyone's attention. A cultivation maniac and a cripple are walking together. F***CKU, if Ling Xiao was a cripple, we would have hit a wall. He is now a profound practitioner. That was purely a mistake. A cultivation madman with eyes above his head actually walked together with Ling Xiao. Does this imply something? What's so special about it? They are brothers of the same family, and this is very normal. Moreover, now that Ling Xiao can cultivate again, who knows if he will once again quickly level up to become a profound practitioner. Of course, we have to have a good relationship. Ling Li and Ling Xiao drew lots at the same time. Ling Li drew number 5, and Ling Xiao actually became the lucky one among the 13, drawing number 7. The first round was empty, and he directly advanced. Ling Li glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "Your luck is not bad. Pay attention to Ling Xing." After saying that, Ling Li and Ling Xiao separated. Ling Xing? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment, and then he seemed to think of something and revealed an indifferent smile. A few of the Ling family disciples who had just advanced to profound practitioner were very envious and jealous of Ling Xiao's luck. The others secretly thought that this guy was really lucky, and the only draw was actually obtained by him. After drawing lots, the first match was number 1 Ling Hu against number 13 Ling Guang. Chapter 23. Ling Hu, 19 years old, had just entered a high-level profound practitioner, cultivated the gray rank profound skill, fierce tiger art, specialized in fist techniques, extremely powerful, ranked 5th in last year's competition. His strength was evident. Ling Guang, 20 years old, had just entered the middle-level profound practitioner, cultivated the gray rank profound skill, heavy blade art. Last year, with the strength of a low-level profound practitioner, he was ranked 10th. Now that he had broken through again, he thought that he would be able to rise by at least 2 ranks, but who would have thought that he would meet Ling Hu, who had broken through to a high-level profound practitioner. At the side of the stage, the patriarch and all the elders were sitting at the side, personally watching the competition between the strongest of the younger generation. After 9th Elder Ling Fujian explained some of the rules of the competition, he announced the start of the competition. Ling Guang cupped his hands and said to Ling Hu, "Please show mercy." Ling Hu politely replied, "Please." Just as Ling Hu's words fell, Ling Guang's feet stepped on the ground, and his entire body suddenly shot out. His movements were extremely fast, like a cheetah hunting its prey, making it impossible to defend against. When he was almost in front of Ling Hu, he placed one hand behind his back and slashed out with his heavy blade. Ling Guang was a direct descendant of the Ling family, and his status was not low. He used a large blade that followed him like a shadow, chopping towards Ling Hu's head. The crowd below the stage cried out in alarm. No one expected Ling Guang to take the initiative, and his speed was so fast that it made people speechless. The heavy blade that was chopping down on his head emitted a cold aura. If it was a profound practitioner of the same level, they would probably be intimidated. However, Ling Hu was a level higher than Ling Guang, and he had a lot of experience in facing enemies. He calmly raised his hands to meet the attack. The Ling family disciples who had never seen Ling Zhan in action all cried out in alarm. He doesn't want his life, he actually dares to use his bare hands to receive Ling Guang's heavy blade. Maybe he thinks too highly of himself, thinking that he can easily win just because he is a small level higher. It seems like his hands are going to be crippled. What do you know? Don't you see what Ling Hu has on his hands? What an ignorant idiot. Ling Hu was not stupid. If he did not have the confidence to receive this blade, he would definitely not dare to use his hands to receive Ling Guang's blade, because his hands were covered with his unique weapon, a high-level first-level gold silk glove, which was made from the skin of a second-level mountain pangolin beast, and low-level weapons could not be damaged in the slightest. That was why Ling Hu dared to use both his hands to receive the attack. However, Ling Guang seemed to have expected this. The blade that was about to slash at Ling Hu's face suddenly changed direction and slashed towards Ling Hu's neck. This change was unexpected, causing everyone below the stage to be shocked, while the elders on the viewing platform all cast praising looks, seemingly very satisfied with Ling Guang's change of move. Ling Hu raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Good!" Then he used his left hand to block the attack. Ding! Their weapons clashed. Under the full force of the heavy blade, Ling Hu took half a step back, but his left hand was not damaged at all. It was clear that his golden silk gloves were indeed extraordinary. Ling Guang saw that his blade had no effect and shouted, "Shadowless heavy blade." Countless saber shadows surrounded Ling Hu's body. Before the saber attack arrived, it had already created a wave of painful saber light. This was Ling Guang's strongest move at the moment. The difference between him and Ling Hu was not small, so he went all out from the beginning, taking advantage of the fact that Ling Hu had not used his full strength to defeat Ling Hu. The Ling family disciples at the side of the arena cried out in surprise again. Most of the people below the stage were at the martial disciple level. They were able to watch the competition of the profound practitioner level, which was very beneficial to them. At the same time, it also allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of the opportunity to advance. Ling Xiao sized up Ling Guang's saber attack from the side and muttered, "This move does not look weak, but it's just a facade. If it was used with a sword, it would be more or less the same, but the heavy blade should be hidden without a sharp edge, using strength to break through 10,000 caddies. This move has really lost its true meaning." Ling Li, who was standing at the side, lightly glanced at Ling Xiao, then turned back to the stage. On the stage, Ling Hu similarly counterattacked with a fierce move. The aura of his entire body rose, and only a loud roar could be seen from his mouth, like the roar of a tiger in the forest, deafening everyone. At the same time, both of his fists turned into fist shadows that filled the sky. Tiger roaring in the forest. Ding ding. The shadow of the saber and the shadow of the fist intersected, producing a series of sounds. Ling Guang had used all his strength in this move, and just when he was exhausted, Ling Hu, on the other hand, had just regained his strength. Lose. He blocked Ling Guang's heavy blade with one fist and punched towards Ling Hu's lower abdomen with the other. Ling Guang immediately flew out of the arena like a kite with a broken string. Ling Guang fell outside the stage and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Immediately after, 2 Ling family guards carried Ling Guang off the stage. On the stage, Elder Ling Fu then announced, "Ling Hu wins. Big brother Ling Hu is really fierce. That's right. One day I want to be like Big brother Ling Hu. He's too powerful. Big brother Ling Hu has always been my idol. Not only do I want to be as strong as him, but I also want to surpass him." Below the stage, the collateral descendants who supported Ling Hu all cheered for him. The next 2 competitors were the other 2 disciples of the Ling family. Both of them had the strength of a low-level profound practitioner. This competition could be said to be evenly matched. After an intense battle, both of them were injured, and the one who stood up was declared the winner. However, no matter who won or lost, they could not participate in the next round of the competition. This battle caused the blood of the Ling family descendants below the stage to boil, and their eyes revealed a desire to break through to the profound practitioner level as soon as possible. The third battle began, and Elder Ling Fu once again announced, "Ling Ji and Ling Xing, go up the stage." When these 2 people were called, cheers erupted from below the stage. It turned out that these 2 people were quite popular among the younger generation of the Ling family. Ling Li, who was beside Ling Xiao, once again said, "Pay attention to Ling Xing." Ling Xiao nodded in understanding and then looked towards Ling Xing. He saw a young man who was about 20 years old, wearing a green martial robe and somewhat similar to Ling Rui. A green long sword was tied behind his back, and his wild long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked somewhat otherworldly. This was Ling Xing, Ling Rui's blood brother. He had the strength of a high-level profound practitioner. Last year, he only lost to Ling Li by 1 move and was ranked 4th. He was one of the best among the 18 generations of disciples. On the viewing platform, 2nd Elder Ling Mo transmitted his voice to 5th Elder beside him. 5th Elder, Ling Xing has a chance to break through to the profound practitioner level in half a year. 5th Elder Ling Yen revealed a proud expression. Ling Xing is the only one who is a little more capable, but he is still far from Kuang. Even Ji is not inferior to him. He is only 15 years old, and he has already broken through to the low-level profound practitioner level. His talent is not inferior to Kuang Er's. Ling Mo revealed an imperceptible smile, and then changed the topic. When you go back, you have to supervise Ling Xing and let him break through as soon as possible. Ling Li will definitely become a profound practitioner within 3 months. Ling Yan looked at Ling Mo vaguely, and then nodded silently. On the stage, Elder Ling Fu announced the start of the competition. Ling Ji cupped his hands towards Ling Xing and said, "Brother Xing, you have to show mercy." Ling Xing laughed, "I won't use any weapons. If you can withstand 10 moves, then you win." Ling Ji was the grandson of 2nd Elder Ling Mo, and Ling Xing was the grandson of 5th Elder Ling Yan. Both of them were from the same clan, and had a close relationship in private. Ling Ji shook the first-level high-grade spear in his hand, and shouted, "Then I won't be polite, watch my spear." The spear drilled out like a snake, and in an instant, it was already at Ling Xing's throat. It was so fast that it was hard to catch. Ling Xing was not afraid at all, and very calmly made a backward movement, and his throat barely avoided Ling Ji's spear. At the same time, before Ling Ji could retract his spear, Ling Xing kicked out with 50% of his profound strength, and directly kicked Ling Ji's spear away. The spear left his hand, but Ling Ji did not give up. He soared into the air, grabbed the spear again, and fiercely smashed it towards Ling Xing below. The aura of the spear was like a rainbow, and a gray spear shadow appeared in mid-air. "Good move." Ling Xing's back was straight and his eyes were bright as he praised Ling Ji. He dodged Ling Ji's attack like a phantom, and at the same time, his palm turned into a claw and grabbed onto Ling Ji's spear with one hand. He then turned his body and kicked towards Ling Ji's shoulder. His movements were extremely fast, and the Ling family disciples below the stage were dazzled. But Ling Ji suffered a kick, and his spear was snatched away. He took 2 steps back, and his face was slightly pale. Ling Xing threw the spear back to Ling Ji, and said with a smile, "Little brother Ji, you lost." Ling Ji caught the spear and nodded. "It's not an injustice to lose to brother Xing." Ling Ji was only a low-level profound practitioner, and Ling Xing was a high-level profound practitioner. Even if Ling Xing did not use a weapon, it would be extremely easy for him to defeat Ling Ji. Elder Ling Fu announced, "Ling Xing wins." Ling Xing and Ling Ji got off the stage together, and Ling Ji whispered to Ling Xing, "Brother Xing, I'll have to trouble you to teach that bastard Ling Xiao a lesson." Hearing the 2 words Ling Xiao, Ling Xing's eyes flashed, and he said faintly, "So what if he's a profound practitioner? He's just a low-level profound practitioner. I'll personally beat him back to his original state." Ling Xing and his family had long held a deep grudge against Ling Xiao's family, and recently, because his brother Ling Rui was almost expelled from the family, he vented his anger on Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xing would not let Ling Xiao off so easily. The next match was Ling Li's turn, and his opponent was another Ling family disciple who only had the strength of a low-level profound practitioner. There was no suspense in the outcome, and he was sent out of the stage with just 1 move. The next match was between 2 middle-level profound practitioners, and in the end, Ling Hua, who was ranked 6th last year, obtained the final victory after 100 moves. The last battle of the first round of the Profounder realm was between the mid-rank Profounder, Ling Tian, and the low-rank Profounder, Ling Hong. Something worthy of mention was that Ling Hong was the granddaughter of the 6th Elder, and she was the only 17-year-old female amongst the 2 that were above the Profounder realm. On the stage, Ling Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked at Ling Hong with disdain. "You're not my opponent, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Admit defeat." Ling Hong was someone who refused to admit defeat, and upon hearing Ling Tian's disdain, she immediately shouted, "If you want to win, then get me off the stage first." As she finished speaking, her hands trembled, and 2 sparkling curved daggers appeared. Under the sunlight, they were extremely dazzling and extraordinary. It's actually a low-level 2 twin moon sword. The moment the daggers appeared, someone below the stage cried out in surprise. I didn't think that the 6th Elder would think so highly of Ling Hong. She had just become a profound practitioner, and he immediately gave her this twin moon sword. He's really willing to spend a lot of money. With the twin moon sword, Ling Hong's battle strength has increased by at least 1 level. It won't be so easy for Ling Tian to win. Chapter 24. On the viewing platform, 4th Elder Ling Wei transmitted his voice to 6th Elder. 6th Elder, I didn't expect you to love little Hong so much, to actually give her such a pair of swords. 6th Elder laughed dryly. That child loves short swords and is very hardworking in her training. It wouldn't be too much to give her a little reward. In the direct line of descent of the Ling family, if there was a member of the younger generation who had broken through to the profound realm, they would at most be given a middle or high-tier first-level weapon. This was a very common occurrence, but for someone like Ling Hong who had just broken through to the profound realm, the 6th Elder had already given her a set of low-tier second-level weapon. This was indeed rare. 4th Elder had a sly smile on his face. That's right, we have to be more generous towards children. We still have to give what should be given. 6th Elder looked at 4th Elder's nonchalant smile, then looked at Ling Tian on the stage. He then noticed the sword on Ling Tian's back, and his heart trembled. Don't tell me. On the stage, Ling Tian was not surprised by the twin moon swords that Ling Hong pulled out. Instead, he playfully said, "Do you think that you can widen the gap between us with just weapons? You're too naive." We'll only know after we try." Ling Hong snorted coldly, and with a flip of her delicate hands, the two swords formed a crescent moon, slashing towards Ling Tian. "You don't know what's good for you. I'll let you know that even in terms of weapons, I'm not inferior to you." Ling Tian unhappily snorted, and with a shake of his body, the thin sword on his back flew out like a soaring dragon. A ray of red light shone on the stage. It's actually another low-grade second-grade sword. Someone below the stage exclaimed. It's the solar sword, a sword that can emit fire attribute sword chi. It's even stronger than the twin moon swords. Looks like Ling Hong will definitely lose. Ling Xiao, who was below the stage, curiously looked at the two's weapons. He didn't expect them to both use low-grade second-grade swords. He had seen second-grade swords in the weapon shop, and they cost at least a few thousand gold coins. Damn, he didn't expect them to pick them up so easily. It seemed like he would have to ask his grandfather for a sword or two to play with. Ling Li, who was at the side, seemed to have sensed Ling Zhao's thoughts and said lightly, "When you become a mystic cultivator again, maybe Grandpa will give you your Golden Emperor Spear." The Golden Emperor Spear was a second-tier mid-tier weapon. It was given to Ling Xiao by Ling Tsong when he broke through to Mystic Warrior 2 years ago. After that, Ling Zhao's meridians were destroyed, and Ling Tsong took it back. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "When I become a mystic cultivator, I will at least use a mystic weapon. Why would I use these rubbish?" Ling Li's face twitched. He did not reply to Ling Zhao's words, because he only treated Ling Zhao's words as wind past one ear and past the other. In order to be called a mystic weapon, one had to reach the 3rd tier in order to be considered as a mystic weapon. In Meteor City, the number of mystic weapons could be counted on one's fingers, and in the Ling family, there was only one clan guarding mystic weapon. It was said that it was obtained from the only 3rd-tier weapon forging master in Meteor City, Master Li. And now, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked for a 3rd-tier mystic weapon. Wasn't this a lunatic's ravings? On the stage, Ling Hong did not expect Ling Tian to also use a 2nd-tier sword. Last year, Ling Tian was still using a 1st-tier high-tier sword. Now that he had advanced to a mid-tier profound practitioner, he also received a 2nd-tier low-tier sword as a reward from her family's old man. She originally wanted to rely on the advantage of her weapon, but in an instant, she disappeared without a trace. However, she was born to not admit defeat, and was unwilling to admit defeat. She brandished the twin moon swords and attacked. However, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or experience, Ling Tian was a level higher than Ling Hong. Very quickly, Ling Hong was forced into a difficult situation. At this moment, Ling Hong was forced to the edge of the stage by Ling Tian's sword, and she almost fell out of the arena. Ling Tian did not continue to attack, but instead raised his arrogant head and said indifferently, "Do you want to walk down by yourself, or do you want me to push you down? Bastard!" Ling Hong stomped her feet, and with a shout, she gathered all the profound energy in her body. Her swords danced in a crisscrossed manner, and rays of intertwining sword light appeared, causing people to feel a wave of dizziness, and if they were the slightest bit careless, they would have their heads chopped off. This was Ling Hong's strongest killing move, and it was called Moon Twist. On the stage, the sixth elder stood up and shouted, "Little Hong is playing around. How can she use such a desperate move?" The sixth elder knew that this move of Ling Hong's was extraordinary, and even a normal mid-tier profound practitioner would be at a disadvantage. However, this was only a competition, and there was no need to fight to the death. Furthermore, Ling Tun was the grandson of the fourth elder, who was beside him. If he was injured by Ling Hong, then the enmity between them would be huge. The fourth elder was not as agitated as the sixth elder, and instead said with certainty, "A competition depends on one's true ability. If Little Hong is really able to force Little Tian off the stage, then he can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Sixth elder, you don't have to take it to heart." The sixth elder let out a light sigh and returned to his original seat. However, before he could even sit down properly, he stood up once again. This was because he saw Ling Hong being sent flying out of the stage by Ling Tian's sword. On the stage, Ling Hong was angered by Ling Tian again and again, and used her killing move. She originally wanted to teach Ling Tian a lesson, but Ling Tian was not someone who could be easily bullied, and he also had a trump card up his sleeve. Facing her killing move, the playful smile on Ling Tian's face became even wider, and he leapt up into the air, shouting, "Blazing sun shines high." The blazing sun sword emitted a dense killing intent, and a dazzling red light became even more exuberant. The long sword was like a rainbow, smashing towards Ling Hong's swords, and the red sword light was like a blooming sunflower, extremely beautiful. Ding dang. Punk. Ling Hong's twin moon swords and Ling Tian's blazing sun sword collided intensely, and the weaker Ling Hong was immediately sent flying out of the stage. Luckily, the ninth elder waved his hand, and a formless profound chi immediately supported Ling Hong, preventing her from falling too miserably. However, she still received internal injuries from the impact, and fresh blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were still filled with an unyielding look. Ling Tian acted as though he had done something insignificant, and confidently threw the blazing sun sword into the air. With a turn of his body, the blazing sun sword accurately returned to its sheath. Overestimating your own capabilities. Ling Tian coldly snorted and floated down the stage. Below the stage, there was a complete silence, followed by an uproar. Just now, what Ling Tian used was a yellow grade sword technique? Isn't a yellow grade sword technique something that can only be practiced at the mystic realm? That's the theory, but mystic realm can also be practiced. It's just that the profound chi can't be released, and its true power can't be used. Right now, Ling Tian can only use 1% of this move's power. If he reaches the mystic realm, and his own attribute matches the sword's attribute, then this move can definitely kill Ling Hong. This is so powerful. Then when I reach the mystic realm, I'll also choose a yellow grade profound technique to practice. Do you think it's so easy to practice? Before knowing your own attribute, it's best not to practice. Otherwise, if you practice a cultivation technique that counters your own attribute, then your own cultivation will be ruined. Ling Tian's entire family is of the fire attribute, so in the future when he advances to the mystic realm, he will definitely also be of the fire attribute. That's why he dares to practice it in advance. Ling Xiao closed his eyes as he recalled Ling Tian's move. After a while, he revealed a knowing smile and thought to himself, "It's just a move that borrows power, but it's not bad." Following the end of Ling Tian's battle, the first round of the combat examination ended, and the second round of drawing lots began. Because in the first round, there was a situation where both sides were heavily injured, and the winner had already forfeited, there was no odd number of people in the second round. Ling Xiao didn't have the chance to be the lucky one anymore. In the second round, no matter what, he would have to fight against one of the people. The name list for the second round was as follows: Ling Xiao, Ling Hu, Ling Xing, Ling Li, Ling Hua, Ling Tian. Among them, Ling Xiao's strength was the lowest, and he was only a low-level profound practitioner. The others were all mid-level profound practitioners and above. The 6 people went up to draw lots one by one. Ling Xiao drew number 2, and actually fought against Ling Tian who drew number 6. In the eyes of others, he might be considered lucky, since he didn't draw a high-leveled profound practitioner, so he wouldn't lose too badly. Ling Tian came to Ling Zhao's side and said with a light smile, "You were once a genius. I think you should forfeit as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will lose very badly." Ling Zhao didn't understand why Ling Tian was showing such hostility towards him, but since he was provoking him, he wasn't afraid, and said indifferently, "I hope your strength is as good as your mouth." Ling Tian coldly snorted, "Looks like you're as ignorant as Ling Hong." Ling Zhao stared straight at Ling Tian, and indifferently spat out a few words, "You're sick." After saying that, he turned around and walked back to his original position. Ling Tian's fists were clenched tightly, and his face was extremely ugly. He wanted to attack Ling Zhao, but he suppressed the impulse in his heart, and muttered, "Even a trash dares to be arrogant. Later on, I will definitely let you know how the word death is written." Ling Tian and Ling Zhao originally didn't have any grudges, but the talent that Ling Zhao displayed in the past was just too shocking. Ling Tian was younger than Ling Zhao by a year, and his talent wasn't weak either. However, in front of Ling Zhao, all of his brilliance was overshadowed. At the start, he worked hard to catch up to Ling Zhao, and treated Ling Zhao as an idol and role model like all the other disciples of the Ling family. After realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to catch up to Ling Zhao, and gradually, his admiration turned into jealousy. In the end, when Ling Zhao suddenly became a cripple, Ling Tian couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Now that Ling Zhao had risen up again, Ling Tian was once again in danger. He was afraid that his brilliance would once again be overshadowed, and could not help but feel enmity towards Ling Zhao. Thus, he planned to ruthlessly humiliate Ling Zhao in the competition, and it would be best if he could completely topple him, so that he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. This was a world of the strong, and at the same time, it was also a world where the weak were prey to the weak. Everyone in the older generation wanted to be a high and mighty king, and everyone in the younger generation wanted to be the most dazzling new star. In this cruel and realistic world, everyone would step on the peak of others, even if they were brothers and sisters of the same clan. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. This was the law of survival here, and only by breaking through all obstacles would one be able to become a respected expert. The second round of the competition would be the time to witness the rise of the new generation of the Ling family. The first round would be between Ling Xing and Ling Hua. Ling Xing's first match against Ling Ji did not use up any profound energy, and his strength was perfectly preserved. However, Ling Hua was different. He was only a middle-stage profound practitioner, and was a small level lower than Ling Xing. Furthermore, in the first round of the competition, he fought against an opponent of the same level, and only managed to obtain victory after exchanging over 100 moves with great difficulty. Although he was not heavily injured, his profound energy had already been depleted by more than half. In this round of competition, he was up against Ling Xing, who was stronger than him, and he knew that he would not forget his victory, but even if he lost, he had to lose with dignity. After ninth elder Ling Fu announced the start of the competition, Ling Xing lightly smiled at Ling Hua, whose face was deathly pale. "As long as you can take one of my moves, I will admit defeat in this competition. How about it?" Ling Hua first looked at Ling Xing suspiciously, then gripped the long sword in his hand and said firmly, "Come." He thought that since he was going to lose either way, how could he not be able to take one move from him? Ling Xing laughed sinisterly, "Hee, then you can take it." After laughing, Ling Xing stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot out like an arrow. His movements were extremely fast, and with one hand behind his back, the other was already on the hilt of the sword behind his back. Just as he arrived in front of Ling Hua, who was on guard, he shouted, "Green Radiance Path." Chapter 25. Once the sword was unleashed, the green light shone brightly. Ling Hua was gathering all his Xian energy as he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. The veins on his wrists bulged as he gritted his teeth. When Ling Xing's green sword was about to reach him, he roared, "Come!" Following his roar, Ling Hua's long sword met Ling Xing's green light. Clang! Boom! Ah! Sounds of swords clashing could be heard, and one person let out a miserable shriek. One person was sent flying out of the stage. Fortunately, the ninth elder Ling Fu used his strength to prevent that person from falling so miserably. The person who was flung out was actually Ling Hua, who had forcefully received Ling Xing's attack. His high-tier first-tier sword had already been split into two, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding profusely. If he didn't take medicinal pills to treat his injuries, he would need at least 3 months to recover. Ling Hua was carried off the arena, and Elder Ling Fu announced, Ling Xing wins. Just as the result was announced, the Ling family disciples below the arena cried out in surprise. Ling Xing is too powerful. He actually sent Ling Hua flying with one move. I didn't even see how he attacked, and Ling Hua was already sent flying. If he fought to the death, Ling Hua would probably have been decapitated. I wonder if Ling Xing or Ling Li is stronger this year. Seeing Ling Xing defeat his opponent in one move, 5th Elder Ling Yan's face was full of joy. He was obviously very satisfied with Ling Xing's performance. Clan leader Ling Tsong, who was in the middle of the arena, frowned slightly as a trace of worry appeared between his brows. On the arena, Ling Xing had already sheathed his sword. He lightly brushed his fringe and let out a cold laugh. Overestimating yourself. Then he glanced at Ling Zhao's direction before floating down the arena. Ling Tian and Ling Xiao, please come up the arena. Elder Ling Fu's voice rang out again. Ling Tian was still the same as before, elegantly leaping onto the arena. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, calmly walked up the stairs. It was not that he did not want to be in the limelight, but there were too few beauties below the arena. Furthermore, they were from the same clan, so he felt that there was no need to waste his expression. This time, Ling Xiao won't be so lucky. A low-level profound practitioner like him actually made it to the second round. It's really too much for him. Who asked him to be so lucky? Even a cripple can be reborn, so it's not surprising that he's able to reach this step. Ling Tian has already learned a yellow-grade sword technique, and he loves to be in the limelight. He definitely won't let Ling Xiao off so easily like last time. Below the stage, the Ling family disciples were all discussing the upcoming battle between Ling Tian and Ling Xiao. The competition had finally begun. Come, let me see how amazing the genius of our Ling family is. I can let you have 3 moves first. Ling Tian curled his finger at Ling Xiao in disdain. Nonsense, this child seems to be too arrogant. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when we get back. The 4th elder, Ling Wei, smacked the table and said angrily. He glanced at Ling Tsong, who was in the middle, as if afraid that his grandson would offend Ling Tsong. After all, Ling Xiao was Ling Tsong's grandson. The 2nd elder, Ling Yamo, said, it's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. It's not a big deal. The 2nd elder, Ling Yamo, and Ling Tsong had always been opposing each other. The 2nd elder, Ling Yamo, took the opportunity to speak up for Ling Wei, who was in the middle. Ling Tsong, who was in the middle, nodded and said, we've also experienced the times when we were young and frivolous. Ling Tian is a good seedling. 4th elder, you have to nurture him well and make him a pillar of the family as soon as possible. Ling Wei glanced at Ling Yamo and finally said to Ling Tsong, Ling Wei understands. In fact, Ling Wei was actually very proud of himself. Ling Lin and Ling Tian's talent could be said to be at the top of the younger generation. Of course, he was proud of himself. Even if Ling Tian was arrogant and conceited, Ling Wei didn't think much of it. He was a young man after all, so it was understandable. Returning to the stage, Ling Xiao revealed a strange smile and loudly said, didn't you say that you would let me have 3 moves? Ling Zhao's words were heard by everyone below the stage, and they couldn't help but sneer at him. Ling Tian naturally thought that Ling Xiao was afraid of the stage and purposely spoke loudly to boost his courage. He immediately said with disdain, of course, I, Ling Tian, am a man of my words. If you can force me to make a move in 3 moves, then consider it my loss. Ling Tian's words were equally loud, as if he was afraid that the people below the stage couldn't hear him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, all right, then prepare yourself. I'm going to attack. Ling Tian made a gesture of invitation and said, bring it on. Let's not talk about 3 moves, even if you use 30 moves, you might not be able to hurt me at all. Ling Tian was rather confident because he was a mid-rank profounder. Even if he was only a mid-rank profounder that had just advanced, his strength was sufficient to fight 5 low-rank profounders at the same time without losing. Not to mention that he'd already comprehended 2 yellow-rank sword techniques. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Ling Xiao, who just advanced into a low-rank profounder half a month ago? Then I'm coming. Just you wait. Ling Xiao said as he slowly walked towards Ling Tian. He looked as if he was taking a stroll in the park and didn't look like he was going to attack at all. Watch carefully. As Ling Xiao said this, he actually used an ordinary martial art and threw a punch towards Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest and tilted his body slightly, easily dodging Ling Xiao's punch. He said with disdain, "You want to use this kind of rural martial art to touch me? Dream on." Ling Xiao retracted his fist and casually shook it twice. Damn it, you actually dodged it. Now watch this punch. Ling Xiao swung his fist and increased his speed by a few notches, smashing towards Ling Xiao once again. Without any surprises, Ling Tian dodged it once again. The Ling family disciples below the stage were all taken aback by Ling Xiao's performance. How can this be considered the strength of a low-level profound practitioner? Even a level 5 martial disciple's punch is faster than his. Could it be that he knew he wasn't Ling Tian's opponent and purposely threw a few punches before giving up? I don't think he's that useless, right? Ling Ji, who was below the stage, also stared at Ling Xiao in confusion. Previously, he was knocked unconscious by Ling Xiao in a single move, and he didn't believe that Ling Xiao didn't even have the courage to fight back. It seemed like his 2 punches were just to numb Ling Tian's attention, and the third move would definitely catch him off guard. The elders in the audience also didn't understand Ling Xiao's performance, and their thoughts were the same as Ling Ji's. They all thought that Ling Xiao's final move would be the third move, but they all agreed that no matter what Ling Xiao did at the end, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Tian. After all, the difference in strength was there for all to see. This is the last move. If you have anything to kill, just use it, Ling Tian sneered. While he was conceited, he wasn't a brainless person, and he definitely guessed Ling Xiao's intentions. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, not bad to be able to dodge 2 of my punches. You have some ability. It seems like if I don't get serious, I really won't be able to defeat you. Ling Tian retorted, don't talk so much nonsense, you only have one last chance, draw your sword, and know how to cherish it. Just now, Ling Xiao had only used his bare fists to attack Ling Tian, and any martial artist's strongest move would usually be made with a weapon. Only with a weapon would the opponent feel threatened, and only then would they be able to unleash their full power. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable craftiness, and he immediately laughed. Dealing with a puny middle-level cultivator like you isn't worth me drawing my sword. Ling Tian was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Do you think that you're still the same profound practitioner from back then? You're just a small character who just entered the profound realm, and you dare to say such words to me? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? On the audience stand, 5th Elder Ling Yan sneered. These days, some children just don't know when to stop. The 5th Elder had once been teased by Ling Xiao in the inner pavilion, and his grandson was almost chased out of the family. Thus, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. 4th Elder Ling Wei held back his laughter, and he also believed that even though Ling Xiao could cultivate again, he believed that his grandson would definitely not lose. Would the truth really be like this? In the next moment, Ling Xiao used his actions to prove that his thoughts were wrong, and extremely wrong. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Get ready, I'm going to make my move." "Stop talking nonsense, come quickly, don't waste time, this is your last chance," Ling Tian said confidently. The moment his words landed, Ling Xiao began to move, and although his movements seemed slow, they were actually extremely fast. His footsteps were strange, and like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of Ling Tian in an instant. Flowing water, flowing cloud. Wind grasping shadow. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy, and his palms were as fast as flowing water, smashing towards Ling Tian's chest before he could even react. Following that, he followed up with a series of wind god's kicks, causing Ling Tian to be unable to resist at all. Ling Tian only saw a blur in front of him, and Ling Zhao's attack was already in front of him. He did not even have the time to react before he was hit, and like a sandbag, he was sent flying without any chance to retaliate. Whether it was below the stage or on the stage, everyone was stunned. When Ling Tian was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, they were all dumbfounded. The Ling family disciples below the stage did not know how Ling Xiao made his move, and only the deacons who were above the Mystic Knight level, and the elders on the stage could clearly see that Ling Xiao had sent out 9 punches and a total of 18 attacks, all landing on Ling Tian's body. This is impossible. Ling Ji, who was below the stage, exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Ling Xing, who was at the side, had a slightly surprised expression, but he was not too shocked. He thought to himself, Ling Tian is just an arrogant idiot, but this is also good. Let me face this guy in the next round, watch how I cripple him. Below the stage, Ling Kuang and Ling Lin, who were sitting together with the deacons, had a face full of shock. This was because they could see that Ling Zhao's strange footwork was extremely fast, almost comparable to their Mystic Knight level speed. On the stage, 4th Elder Ling Wei and 5th Elder Ling Yan's faces were completely green. One did not think that his grandson would actually lose, and the other was shocked by the speed that Ling Xiao had displayed. Sitting in the middle, Patriarch Ling Tsong finally revealed a trace of a gratified smile. On the stage, Ling Xiao said to 9th Elder Ling Fu, "Elder, shouldn't you announce the results?" Ling Fu only then reacted, "Oh, Ling Xiao wins this round." At this moment, the audience below the stage burst into an uproar. No one would have thought that a low-level profound practitioner like Ling Xiao would actually defeat a middle-level profound practitioner like Ling Tian. "No, impossible, I won't lose, let's compete again." Ling Tian struggled free from the guard who was helping him to rest, and roared angrily as he could not accept the reality. Chapter 26. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Tian before laughing out loud. Thank you for letting me win. If not for the fact that you gave me 3 moves, I wouldn't have had the chance to win." He paused for a moment before continuing, "A middle-leveled cultivator is only SOSO." After saying that, he floated down from the stage. Ling Tian glared at Ling Xiao and roared, "I'll kill you." He unsheathed the sword on his back and charged towards Ling Xiao. Impudent. On the viewing platform, the 4th elder let out a low snort, and a formless pressure swept towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian immediately froze on the spot with sweat dripping down his face. Not long after, the solar flare sword in his hand fell to the ground and he was forced to kneel down. "Hurry up and bring him down, what a disgrace!" Ling Wei shouted at the guards. At this time, the 2 guards hurriedly supported the ashen-faced Ling Tian and left the stage. Ling Wei turned to Ling Tsong and bowed, "Patriarch, this old man did not discipline him well. When I return, I will definitely punish this unfilial grandson. Please forgive me." Ling Tsong waved his hand, "This is a child's battle of loyalty. Go back and teach him a lesson. The competition will continue." "Thank you, Patriarch." Ling Wei bowed again before returning to his seat. Regardless of whether Ling Tian lost unjustly or not, Ling Tian actually dared to threaten to kill Ling Xiao in front of so many people. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was Ling Tsong's grandson. Wasn't this a direct slap to the patriarch's face? Ling Wei's palms were filled with sweat. While Ling Tsong was usually very gentle, his strength was actually above his own. Furthermore, his killing methods were extremely decisive. Thinking back to when they were still young, Ling Wei had seen Ling Tsong destroy an entire army by himself in the desolate mountains. Thinking back to that, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. All these years, Ling Tsong and Ling Mo had been fighting openly and covertly. Ling Wei had never sided with either side, mainly because he could not afford to offend either side. Thus, he decided to just be a good person and obediently be the punishment elder. He did not want to break this balance because of Ling Tian, because no matter which side he sided with, he would not be able to return. Ling Tian's matter was only a small interlude. As the next round began, everyone forgot about it. Ling Hu versus Ling Li. This was the first battle between high-level profound practitioners, and no one was optimistic about Ling Hu. After all, Ling Hu had just broken through to high-level profound practitioner for slightly more than a month, while Ling Li had already broken through for more than a year. He had already reached the peak of profound practitioner, and in the next 3 months, he would be able to release his profound energy and break through to the profound night realm. There was a huge gap between the two. However, Ling Hu was not the kind of person who would retreat without a fight. At the very least, he would fight with all his might. Even if he lost, he would admit it. With ninth Elder Ling Fu's announcement, the last match of the second round began. After Ling Hu and Ling Li bowed slightly, they did not waste any words and the battle began. Ling Hu and Long, the Ling Dragon Tian at Li, Tian, and Ling at and Ling attack, and he be Ling to say, be Ling and Ling he Ling. This was also a Type 2 low-grade weapon, the Silver Spear of the Greedy Wolf. It was forged from the bones of a Type 2 snow wolf, and it was incredibly tough. It could even exude a bloodthirsty aura, causing people to cower before the battle. With the Silver Spear of the Greedy Wolf in his hand, Ling Li's eyes shone with ferocity. He waved the spear towards Ling Hu, and his speed was even faster than Ling Hu's. Ling Hu knew that he did not have any advantage in terms of weapons, so he did not dare to take the attack head-on. Instead, he dodged with tiger steps, and threw a few punches towards Ling Li's waist. Ling Li did not expect Ling Hu to react so quickly. However, his eyes were filled with disdain. He changed the direction of his spear and shouted, "Arrow rain!" In an instant, countless spear shadows pierced towards Ling Hu like countless raindrops falling down. Among the spear shadows, there was even a chilly aura that cut one's face. Ling Hu could not avoid it. The tiger fist and the spear shadows clashed. Ding! A symphony of weapons rang out. Ling Hu's shoulders were pierced with several bloody holes, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was a frightening sight. Below the stage, many of the underage Ling family disciples turned pale with fright. However, Ling Hu still clenched his teeth and persevered. He did not seem to care about these minor injuries, and was still looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Pig-headed, Ling Li saw that Ling Hu was so stubborn, and so he pulled out his spear and changed his technique. In an instant, the rain-like spear shadows turned into the shadow of a snake, and with its bloody mouth wide open, it charged towards Ling Hu. This is the snake spear transformation. Its power is even more extraordinary than last year's. Looks like Ling Li is about to take that step. Ling Kuang, who was below the stage, muttered to himself with narrowed eyes. Not far away, Ling Xing's expression was very solemn. Originally, the difference between him and Ling Li was not big, but seeing Ling Li's seemingly natural technique, he felt that he was still slightly weaker than Ling Li. In the arena, the slightest difference was enough to determine victory or defeat. Just you wait, Ling Li. Today, your only opponent is me. Ling Xing clenched his fists and said silently in his heart. This technique would determine victory or defeat. Ling Hu clenched his fists and his eyes widened. All the dark force in his body quickly gathered on his fists. Tiger leaps through the forest. His fists were like giant hammers and fiercely met the snake-like spear. Boom! Ling Hu shrieked in pain. His gloves were shattered, and blood flowed from his mouth. Even so, Ling Hu did not retreat. Ling Li raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. As expected, Ling Hu still had a trick up his sleeve. He grabbed Ling Li's greedy wolf spear with one hand and infused all his dark force into his other fist. He roared, "Lose!" His fist was like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, aiming straight for Ling Li's vital spot. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, and the crowd was shocked. Ling Li's spear was restrained, and he did not expect Ling Hu to be so tenacious. His abdomen took a solid hit. Bastard! Ling Li felt the pain and was forced back a few steps. He roared, and with a shake of the spear in his hand, and with a twist, he shook off Ling Hu's hand. Devourer of the greedy wolf, Ling Li was enraged by Ling Hu. For the first time, he used his full strength, and his spear stabbed towards Ling Hu. A ferocious wolf roared towards Ling Hu, who was unable to fight back. Seeing that Ling Hu was about to die under Ling Li's spear, Elder Ling Fu, who was at the side, shouted. He wanted to stop him, but he was too far away, and it was too late. The crowd below the stage gasped, as if they were about to witness the moment of Ling Hu's death. Luckily, Ling Li was still very rational. Just as the spear was about to pierce Ling Hu's throat, the tip of the spear tilted slightly and directly hit Ling Hu's shoulder. Fresh blood splattered, and Ling Hu's body was sent flying. The crowd was silent, and after a while, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Ling family did not allow internal strife. Even the grandson of the clan leader could not escape death. Elder Ling Fu wiped the sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared to death by Ling Li just now, and it was his fault that someone died under his watch. Ling Hu laid on the ground with a pale face, and with great difficulty he said, Thank you for your mercy. Ling Li sheathed his spear, looked at Ling Hu indifferently, and then floated down the stage. No one noticed that there was a trace of blood at the corner of Ling Li's mouth. It was obvious that Ling Hu's last counterattack had caused him to suffer internal injuries. Following Ling Li's victory, the three strongest profound practitioners were finally decided. They were Ling Xing, Ling Xiao, and Ling Li. These three, along with profound practitioner Ling Kuang and Ling Lin, would participate in next year's Meteor City's Younger Generation competition. They would also enjoy the treatment of ordinary deacons, and one of them could even obtain the Grand Elder's favor and become the Grand Elder's successor disciple. The Ling family disciples below the stage were all unhappy with Ling Zhao's selection. There was actually a low-level profound practitioner in the top 5. Even if he could become a mid-level profound practitioner next year, his strength would be much weaker when he represented the Ling family in the competition. In the past, other than a small number of small families who would send mid-level profound practitioners to participate, the other two big families would send at least high-level profound practitioners to participate. This was a matter of fighting for the family's honor, and they could not afford to be careless. Putting this matter aside for now, the competition was not over yet. There was still a third round of competition to determine the final rankings. Ling Xing, Ling Xiao, and Ling Li went up to draw lots. This time, it was not an elimination round, but a round-robin tournament. The person who won 2 rounds in a row would be the strongest profound practitioner, and the 2 who lost a round would fight again to determine the rankings. For the fairness of the competition, if anyone was injured during the competition, they could use the returning pill provided by the family to recover and fight again. Of course, they could also choose to forfeit. The drawing of lots ended quickly. The first round was Ling Xing against Ling Xiao, and Ling Li would rest for the time being. Ling Li reminded Ling Xiao once again, "Don't take it head-on." Ling Xiao's heart warmed and he laughed, "I should be the one saying that to you. Don't hold it in anymore. Take this opportunity to find a place to vomit out the blood and feel better." With that, he walked up the stage without looking back. Others didn't notice Ling Li's abnormality, but Ling Xiao did. Ling Li was trying his best to hold back the surging blood. If he continued to hold it in, it could easily cause hidden injuries. But if he spat out the blood and used his Xian energy to clear it, there shouldn't be any side effects. Ling Li revealed a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, he still quietly left the scene. On the other side, before Ling Xing went up on stage, Ling Ji said to him, "Brother Xing, you can't let that bastard off so easily. Of course, unless he doesn't have the guts to admit defeat, otherwise." Ling Xing stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he laughed sinisterly. When Ling Xiao and Ling Xing went up to the stage, the crowd started to discuss amongst themselves again. In short, no one was optimistic that Ling Xiao would be able to pull off another upset, and the conclusion they came to was that Ling Xiao would definitely lose. On the stage, Ling Xing said with a smile on his face, "You should just admit defeat. Your strength is too weak, and you are not on the same level as me. Don't make the so-called struggle." Ling Xiao was slightly startled, then laughed, Well, you're just as cocky as that guy just now, but in the end, you still lost to me." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "That person just now was a small level higher than me, so he gave me 3 moves. You're 2 levels higher than me, so shouldn't you give me 6 moves? Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable." When everyone heard Ling Zhao's words, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This bastard was too shameless. He actually asked someone to give him a chance in front of everyone in the hall, and he still felt that it was natural. Ling Xing's face turned slightly green, and immediately said, "There is only victory and defeat on the stage, there is no such thing as giving way. If you don't have the confidence, then just admit defeat, otherwise, it will be hard for you to suffer some physical pain." Sigh, looks like you're not as generous as that person just now. However, to deal with a small character like you, I really don't need you to give way. You're not qualified. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at Ling Xing disdainfully. When these words were spoken, everyone present revealed strange expressions. Chapter 27. You're not qualified. If these words were said by Ling Xing to Ling Xiao, then perhaps no one would find it amusing. However, it was said by Ling Xiao to Ling Xing, and it was a low-level profounder speaking such words to a high-level profounder. It truly gave everyone the feeling that it was ridiculous. On the viewing platform, second elder Ling Mo said indifferently, "Young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps he still thinks that he's a profound practitioner," fifth elder Ling Yan said sarcastically. The two of them spoke as if they did not place Patriarch Ling Tsong in their eyes. Sitting in the middle, Ling Tsong's expression was calm and did not pay attention to the two of them. In his heart, he was secretly worried for Ling Xiao. The second and fifth elders had long been dissatisfied with him, and the next two generations were also secretly competing with each other. He was also afraid that Ling Xing would be ruthless towards Ling Xiao. On the stage, Ling Xing laughed loudly. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you beat Ling Tian. Let me tell you now, do I have the qualifications?" After Ling Xing finished laughing, his entire body was like a rock spreading its wings. He leaped into the air and kicked towards Ling Xiao's face. "Competing with me in leg skills, I can't ask for more." Ling Xiao wiped a trace of a confident smile on his face. He took a few steps on the spot and then jumped up like Ling Xing. At the same time, he kicked out countless footprints that formed a small tornado, causing the air to whistle. Ling Xing was not an expert in leg skills. This move of his was only to give Ling Xiao a show of strength, but he was not as careless as Ling Tian. He used 80% of his profound strength in this kick, and even a middle-stage profound practitioner would be seriously injured if they were kicked. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao's leg skills to be so powerful. The countless footprints made him at a loss. It was simply too fast to be caught. This move was the second form of the wind god's kick, grass in the wind. It was extremely fast, overbearing and fierce. If the opponent was caught off guard, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Even though Ling Xing was already very cautious, he wasn't someone who could predict everything. How could he have known that this fellow's leg technique was so impressive? He received a few kicks from Ling Xiao. What kind of leg technique is this? It can actually make Ling Xing suffer. Could it be a yellow-class leg technique? But the profound skill pavilion didn't seem to have this kind of leg technique. No wonder Ling Xiao is so fearless. It turns out that he has something to rely on. However, doing this will only further enrage Ling Xing. Ling Xing isn't someone who can be easily bullied. The disciples of the Ling clan below the stage began to discuss among themselves. On the stage, Ling Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression became sinister as he said in a low voice, "You actually made me bleed, you bastard." Ling Xiao stood on one leg and raised his other leg slightly. He struck a confident pose and said, "So what if I let you bleed? I told you, dealing with a small character like you is nothing." If it was any other opponent, Ling Xiao might not have been so arrogant. However, he already knew that Ling Xing had ill intentions towards him, so he naturally wouldn't give Ling Xing any face. Even though he only had the strength of a low-level profound practitioner, Ling Xing, who was a high-level profound practitioner, was truly not his match. Only those who had reached the Mystic Knight level could pose a threat to him. Thus, he wasn't just spouting empty words and bragging. "Very good, you've already successfully angered me. Take this." Ling Xing's eyes were red with anger. He placed one hand behind his back and unsheathed his long sword. Green light slash. He waved his long sword and a green light flashed. A strong murderous aura swept toward Ling Xiao. Facing this move, Ling Xiao's expression became slightly serious. Without any hesitation, he stepped out of the cloud shadow. Ling Xiao's remaining figure was cut open by the sword. The Ling clan disciples below the stage cried out in alarm. They all thought that Ling Xiao had been killed on the spot. No, he's behind Ling Xing. Ling Kuang's eyes twitched as he exclaimed softly. As expected, Ling Xiao used the advantage of his movement technique to dodge the sword. At the same time, he started to use his weapon. The giant dragon sword appeared. Shadowless heavy sword. Numerous sword shadows slashed towards Ling Xing's back. If one was hit, blood would splatter on the spot. This move was the one that Ling Xiao used when Ling Hu fought against Ling Guang in the first match. Ling Xiao felt that this move was more suitable to be used with a sword. Ling Xing was also impressive. He instantly turned around and drew a defensive circle of swords in his hand, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword rays. Clang, clang, the long swords clashed, displaying the sharpness of the weapons. In Ling Xing's hand was a second-level low-tier azure light sword, while in Ling Xiao's hand was a first-level mid-tier giant dragon sword. The difference in quality was too great. When the two swords clashed, the giant dragon sword's body cracked in many places. However, in this head-on clash, everyone could see that Ling Xing was actually being suppressed by Ling Xiao. Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. This broken sword is still not enough. Ling Xiao looked at the many broken parts of the giant dragon sword and muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. How dare you look down on me? Lose. On the stage, Ling Xiao actually had the heart to pay attention to his sword. Ling Xing felt that Ling Xiao's action was clearly looking down on him. An unprecedented rage erupted. He waved the azure light sword and a powerful sword technique exploded towards Ling Xiao. Several azure light sword rays formed into 3 azure light sword rays that formed the shape of a and quickly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. F***CK, it's a consolidated attack. Ling Xiao was shocked by Ling Xing's move and quickly dodged. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand this move with his strength as a low-level arcanist. Boom! Ling Xiao had just dodged when the sound of a sword ray rang out where he stood. The destructive power was extremely shocking. Ling Xing stomped his foot, and the azure light sword followed like a shadow towards Ling Xiao. His successive powerful moves were hair-raising. So powerful! This is also a yellow rank sword technique. Its power is really shocking. Will Ling Xiao be killed? With 9th Elder watching, there shouldn't be a problem. However, it's hard to say if he'll break an arm or a leg. There was another round of discussion below the stage, but there was silence in the spectator stands. Although Ling Xiao was constantly being forced into a difficult situation in the arena, upon closer inspection, one would find that there was a very calm and indifferent smile on his face. It was as if he was still unafraid in the face of such a dangerous sword shadow. Hey, aren't you tired after playing around for so long? After Ling Xiao dodged Ling Xing's sword with his cloud shadow phantom, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered. Ling Xing panted lightly as he looked at Ling Xiao. His heart was in a frenzy. He had already used his full strength just now, but he could not even do anything to a low-level arcanist. This was too despicable. He had originally planned to teach Ling Xiao a lesson in this match, but if this went on, it would be too vexing. Especially when he looked at Ling Xiao's current expression, he felt his face burning with discomfort. Do you only know how to run? If you have the guts, then fight me for 100 rounds. Ling Xing shouted with a gloomy face. You'll have to wait until you catch up to me. Who asked you to be a high-level arcanist? You can't even catch up to a low-level arcanist like me, and you still have the nerve to fight me for 100 rounds. Ling Xiao continued to mock. Since you're so shameless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xing said faintly. At the same time, the profound energy in his body increased rapidly. Gradually, Ling Xing's face turned dark green, and he looked extremely sinister. His aura suddenly increased, and it seemed to be even higher than before. He actually forced Ling Xing to use his strongest move, Green Fiend Split. Ling Li, who had just left the arena, walked back again. He suddenly discovered Ling Xing's abnormality and could not help but worry for Ling Xiao. Green Fiend Split was currently Ling Xing's strongest move. Its power was extremely shocking. Even for him, it would be extremely difficult for him to receive it. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was only a low-level arcanist. If he were to receive this move, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Ling Xiao, you should be proud to be injured by Brother Xing's strongest move. Ling Ji, who was not far away, muttered to himself. He also did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually be able to force Ling Xing to such a state. Others had discovered Ling Xing's abnormality, but it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to have noticed it. However, he really wanted to see what kind of ultimate move Ling Xing had. In any case, no matter what kind of fierce move Ling Xing was going to use, he had the confidence to receive it. This was the pride he had as a peerless arcanist. After a while, Ling Xing had already finished gathering his energy. His aura had reached the peak of a profound practitioner. His entire face was frighteningly green. After using this move, he would need at least a month to recover his profound energy. He originally wanted to save it for the battle against Ling Li. Now that he had been repeatedly teased by Ling Xiao, he had made up his mind to make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. He had already made up his mind to kill him. Taking advantage of the fact that I was gathering my strength, you actually did not come to attack. Today, you can be proud of yourself. Ling Xing laughed sinisterly. Then, he slowly raised the azure light sword in his hand and shouted, "Azure Demonic Rupture." Immediately after, circles of green sword light surged towards Ling Xiao. It was like a sword wave that covered half of the arena, causing Ling Xiao to have nowhere to hide. The power of this move was actually so great. It was at least comparable to an attack from a low-level arcanist. F***ck, it's actually so fierce. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn and alert. He held the giant dragon sword in his hand tightly. When the sword wave was about to swallow him, he finally made his move. Blazing sun shines high. Ling Xiao had secretly learned a yellow-grade sword technique from Ling Tian. Countless sword shadows clashed against each other, making a series of clanking sounds. Ding-dang, ding-dang. Whether it was in terms of sword technique or weapon, Ling Xiao did not have the advantage at all. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, the giant dragon sword finally could not withstand the power of the second-level low-grade green light sword and was directly cut into two. F***ck, I dropped the ball at such a crucial moment. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. He still used the broken sword to continuously protect his body. I'll lose for me. Ling Xing actually revealed a proud smile. The green light sword in his hand could not help but speed up a little as it continuously swung towards Ling Xiao. F***ck, I don't want to play anymore. Ling Xiao was forced into a very difficult situation. There were a few cuts on his body. Fortunately, his skin was not cut. Even so, Ling Xiao had already started to become serious. He decided to end this competition. Take this. Ling Xiao very shamelessly threw the broken sword towards Ling Xing. Ling Xing did not think that Ling Xiao would actually abandon his sword. He had no choice but to use his sword to block the broken sword. In his heart, he was already beginning to feel proud. Without a sword, would Ling Xiao still be afraid? Unfortunately, Ling Xing did not expect that in the next moment, he would also follow the path of Ling Tian's failure. After stopping Ling Xing's strong move, Ling Xiao moved like a phantom and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xing. His two palms struck towards Ling Xing's chest with an earth-shattering force. The third form of the cloud-expelling palm, overturning clouds and overturning rain. Boom! Ling Xing was caught off guard. His chest was violently bombarded, and his entire person was stunned. In the end, after a scream, he flew a few meters back and fell off the stage. Chapter 28. This is impossible. The fifth elder on the viewing platform forgot the situation and instantly stood up to shout. He could not believe that the grandson he was most proud of had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a low-level profound practitioner. Footwork, leg technique, palm technique. Where did Ling Xiao learn all of this from? The power is actually so strong, and he even knows Tiana's flaming sun sword skill. The fourth elder Ling Wei muttered to himself with a surprised expression. All the elders on the viewing platform could see that Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person and could not help but be secretly amazed. This was also the first time they had seen such a strange profound skill. They continuously searched through the profound skills in the profound skill pavilion, but none of them could match up to the move that Ling Xiao had just used. The second elder Ling Mo did not say a word. An imperceptible killing intent flashed past his old eyes, but it was instantly drowned out. Ling Tsong, who was sitting in the middle, did not have any expression, but his heart was filled with surprise and worry. At the same time, he made a firm decision. This time, no matter what, he would not let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Elder, can you announce the result? Ling Xiao turned his head and asked Ling Fu, who still had not announced the result. The ninth elder, Ling Fu, came back to his senses and was about to announce the result. I have not lost yet. Ling Xing, who was lying on the ground, let out a weak voice, and then slowly stood up. However, his chest seemed to have caved in. At least a few of his ribs had been broken by Ling Xiao. His body swayed, and anyone could see that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Indeed, before he could stand firm, his body once again fell to the ground. This time, the Ling family disciples below the stage looked at Ling Xiao differently. After a moment of silence, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers. This was a continent that worshipped the strong, and the Ling family was the same. Today, the Ling family disciples had personally witnessed a miracle happen. A low-level profound practitioner had actually defeated a high-level profound practitioner. This was a fact that no one would believe, but it had indeed happened in front of their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, they once again witnessed the strongest genius of their Ling family and Meteorite City finally stand up again. Their hearts filled with reverence, and their blood once again boiled. They couldn't help but cheer for their idol. Only Ling Pang glared at Ling Xiao, his fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought Yushi here and let her see how powerful I am. Ling Xiao looked at the reaction below the stage and couldn't help but think of Yushi. He felt that it was a pity that he didn't let Yushi see his impressive victory. Ling Xing was taken away for treatment. The next match would be between Ling Xiao and Ling Li. At this moment, Ling Xiao actually gave up. This caused ninth elder Ling Fu to be stunned. He asked, "Are you really going to give up on this competition?" "That's right, I'm giving up." Ling Xiao nodded his head again. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to compete with Ling Li, it was just that he didn't want to take advantage of Ling Li. Even if Ling Li was at his peak, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat Ling Li. But Ling Li was his cousin after all, so he had to give him some face and let him go. Ling Xiao didn't care about the ranking of this competition. True experts were usually very low-key. He felt that he should be more low-key. If his words were heard by the other disciples of the Ling clan, they would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. Just now, who was it that said that a high-level profound practitioner was only a small character and didn't have the qualifications to be his opponent? Could the person who said such words be someone who kept a low profile? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ling Li looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly, "When you become a mystic cultivator, we'll fight again." "No problem." Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. He wouldn't put this matter to heart. Elder Ling Fu announced Ling Li's victory for this match. The next match should have been between Ling Li and Ling Xing. Unfortunately, after taking the Do Recalling pill, Ling Xing was still in a weakened state. Furthermore, his confidence was severely damaged and he had no strength to fight, so he directly announced his forfeit. Thus, Ling Li won without a fight and obtained the strongest ranking in the Mystic Cultivator level. He still continued to be ranked as the third strongest person under the age of 20 in the Ling family's 18th generation. Ling Xiao was ranked 4th, Ling Xing was ranked 5th, and Ling Hu was ranked 6th. The family test was finally over. After the patriarch and the various elders went up on stage and said a few words of encouragement, all the disciples were dismissed, and only the top 5 remained: Ling Kuang, Ling Lin, Ling Li, Ling Xiao, and Ling Xing. Patriarch Ling Tsong said to the 5 of them, "The 5 of you are the elites of our Ling family's younger generation. From today onwards, you will enjoy the treatment of a deacon. Together with your 5 elder brothers and sisters who are currently in seclusion, you will participate in next year's family competition in Meteorite City. I hope that in the next year, you will not be arrogant or impatient and work hard in your cultivation. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask me or the elders present for guidance at any time. They will not be stingy in explaining to you." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Next, the 3rd elder will give you your rewards." 3rd elder Ling Yuan stood up with his big belly and took a few steps forward, saying faintly, "Ling Kuang accepts the rewards. Because you broke through to the mystic realm 3 months ago, your performance was outstanding. You will be rewarded with 2 bottles of dew recalling pills, 2 bottles of chi nourishing pills, 1 speed breaking pill, and 1 mid-grade 2nd level spear weapon." Hearing the 3rd elder announce the rewards, Ling Kuang couldn't help but feel happy and returned the 3rd elder's salute. Although he was the 2nd elder's grandson, the cultivation resources he received were all distributed by the family. Therefore, he was especially excited to receive so many rewards at once. Especially the speed-breaking pill and the mid-grade 2nd level spear weapon, they were both unexpected gains. The speed-breaking pill was a low-grade 2nd level medicinal pill that could increase one's speed by 2 times. If taken during a fight, it would definitely allow one to be invincible against opponents of the same level. There was no need to mention the mid-grade 2nd level spear weapon. He used a spear, and right now, he was using a low-grade 2nd level spear weapon. The grade wasn't low, but if there was a better mid-grade spear weapon, of course he would like it even more. The 3rd elder then announced Ling Lin's reward. Her reward was similar to Ling Kuang's, but there was a slight difference in the weapon. She received a mid-grade 2nd level sword because she used a sword. Next, it was Ling Li's reward. He received a bottle of dew recalling pills, a bottle of chi nourishing pills, and a strength condensing pill. The Profound Realm's reward was naturally not as good as the Profound Realm's reward, but he was extremely satisfied with the strength condensing pill. The strength condensing pill was a low-grade 2nd level medicinal pill. It had the effect of condensing one's spirit, nurturing one's chi, and increasing one's profound energy. It had a very significant effect on Profound Realm practitioners breaking through to the Profound Realm. Next, it was time to announce Ling Zhao's reward. However, the 3rd elder skipped Ling Zhao's reward and directly announced Ling Xing's reward. Ling Xing's reward was the same as Ling Li's, there was no difference. After the 3rd elder announced Ling Xing's reward, he returned to his seat. Ling Xiao couldn't help but become anxious. Everyone else received their rewards, even Ling Xing, who had lost to him, received quite a bit of benefits. Only he didn't get a share. He immediately asked the 3rd elder, "3rd elder, did you forget about my reward?" Other than the 3rd elder, all the other elders and Patriarch Lingcong were also very puzzled. The 3rd elder asked why Ling Zhao's reward wasn't announced. There was no such thing in advance. The 3rd elder stroked his beard and smiled. "You don't have a reward." What? I don't have a reward? 3rd elder, you have to make it clear. No matter what, I'm much stronger than this trash. If he has a reward, why don't I have a reward? This isn't fair, Ling Xiao said indignantly. The pale Ling Xing couldn't help but feel angry when he heard this. Anger attacked his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Look, I only said 1 sentence and he vomited blood. This kind of useless trash can't be of great use. How about this? Give me 2 of the same reward and we'll let this matter go. Ling Xiao actually pointed at Ling Xing and ridiculed him in front of everyone. Furthermore, he wanted an extra reward. It had to be said that this guy really knew how to climb up along with a stick. Ling Tsong frowned and said, "Ling Xiao, don't speak nonsense." He then turned to the 3rd elder and asked, "3rd elder, what are you doing?" The 3rd elder Ling Yuan helplessly spread out his hands and pointed not far away. "Patriarch, look who's here." Ling Tsong and the other elders looked in the direction that the 3rd elder Ling Yuan was pointing and saw a white-haired old man walking over. The old man's steps looked very slow, but each step he took was very large. It was almost a distance of 5 meters with each step, and in an instant he arrived in the middle of the elders. Grand Elder. Everyone bowed slightly to the person who had just arrived. The Grand Elder looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "Forget it." Seeing the Grand Elder appear, with the exception of Ling Xiao, the other 4 elders became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Even the usually cold Ling Li was very excited. This was because they knew what was going to happen next. The Grand Elder would choose one of the 5 elders to be the next disciple. To the Ling family, this was definitely more exciting than any reward. At this time, the 5th elder Ling Yen quietly gave the 2nd elder Ling Mo a look, as if he was passing some kind of message, and the 2nd elder nodded in understanding. Then, the 2nd elder Ling Mo rushed to stand up and said, "Grand Elder, Ling Mo has something to say." The Grand Elder looked at Ling Mo and said, "Speak, I'm listening." Ling Mo pointed at his grandson Ling Kuang and then said to the Grand Elder, "Of the 18 generations of descendants, Ling Kuang luckily broke through to the mystic realm 3 months ago, and is the fastest to advance to the mystic realm under the age of 20. This year, he is only 19 years old, and his talent is excellent. I hope that the Grand Elder can give him more pointers." As soon as Ling Mo said this, the expressions of Ling Tsang and those who supported him changed, while the few elders who supported Ling Mo were full of smiles. Ling Kuang took the opportunity to step forward and bow to the Grand Elder. Ling Kuang greets the Grand Elder. "I hope that Ling Kuang will have the honor of serving you." At this moment, Ling Kuang's heart was surging. If he could become the Grand Elder's disciple, then he would be the #1 person in the Ling family in the future. That kind of high and mighty desire to control made him burst with joy. At this time, the 4th elder Ling Wei actually stood up and said, "Grand Elder, the 18th generation descendant Ling Lin's talent is also not bad. A month ago, she also broke through to the mystic realm. I hope that the Grand Elder can guide her well." All the elders looked at Ling Wei in surprise. They didn't expect that Ling Wei, who had always been indifferent, would throw caution to the wind at this moment. He actually dared to openly compete with the 2nd elder Ling Mo for the spot. Ling Lin, who was wearing a set of purple martial clothes, also went up to the Grand Elder and flattered him. Immediately after, without the need for others to recommend themselves, Ling Li and Ling Xing both fought to recommend themselves, hoping to be recognized by the Grand Elder. There was only one chance, and if they missed it, there wouldn't be another. How could they not cherish it? Only Ling Xiao didn't lower himself to their level. Although the Grand Elder was unfathomable, Ling Xiao felt that he was still much weaker than his previous life's old ghost master. He thought to himself that not anyone was qualified to be his master, so he was the only one among the 5 who remained unmoved. Chapter 29. Ling Xiao, why aren't you bowing to the Grand Elder? Ling Tsang, who had been silent all this while, said anxiously. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before bowing to the Grand Elder. However, he wasn't as enthusiastic as the other 4. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, Ling Tsang was infuriated and scolded him for not knowing when to advance or retreat. The Grand Elder clasped his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes as he looked at Ling Kuang. He then laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. He is indeed a good seedling." Hearing the Grand Elder's praise, Ling Kuang almost cheered happily, but he still calmly returned the bow and said, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your praise." The 2nd elder, Ling Mo, showed a rare smile as if Ling Kuang being favored by the Grand Elder was a sure thing. Then, the Grand Elder's gaze swept over Ling Lin. "You're not bad either." Just as Ling Lin was about to thank him, he continued, "Unfortunately, your element doesn't match mine." This sentence sent Ling Lin and the 4th elder into a cold cellar, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't be pessimistic. As long as you work hard, your achievements won't be below his, the Grand Elder said again. He didn't want to see a good seedling's confidence being destroyed by him. The Grand Elder's words restored Ling Lin's confidence, and she nodded firmly. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I will definitely work hard." The Grand Elder nodded at her and then looked at Ling Li. He then raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Not bad, not bad. You are going to break through to the mystic realm soon. Your mind is very firm, and your future is limitless." "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your praise." Ling Li bowed gratefully. He was now 18 and would be 19 in half a year. He believed that he would definitely break through to the mystic realm within half a year. His talent was definitely stronger than Ling Kuang's, and he only lost because he was 1 year younger than Ling Kuang. Otherwise, his achievements would definitely not be lower than Ling Kuang's. The Grand Elder then looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Xing. Ling Xiao still didn't care, but he still respected the Grand Elder a lot. Ling Xing, on the other hand, was unusually nervous. His body was currently weak, and he was really afraid that the Grand Elder would ignore him. As for Ling Xiao and Ling Xing, the Grand Elder only said that they were both very good. These words confused the Patriarch and the Elders. They didn't know who the Grand Supreme Elder was interested in. Ling Kuang or Ling Li. These two people had the highest chances. The Supreme Elder had given them the highest evaluation. This wasn't just a matter of personal achievement, but also the balance of the Ling family's factions. If the Grand Elder chose Ling Kuang, then the Second Elder's faction would be more confident, and the next family head position would definitely lean towards the Second Elder's son. If the Grand Elder chose Ling Li, then Ling Tsong's position would be unshakable. In the future, the Second Elder and Fifth Elder would definitely restrain themselves and not go against Ling Tsong. None of them dared to offend the Grand Elder's dignity. The scene fell into absolute silence. Everyone was quietly waiting for the Grand Elder's decision. However, only one of them said impatiently, "Third Elder, give me a reward first. I'm in a hurry to go back and eat." The person who had spoken was none other than Ling Xiao. He had no interest in waiting for the old man's decision. The test had already taken half a day, and he was already hungry. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, he once again became the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow was too much of a clown. He actually didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With the Grand Supreme Elder here, he had no right to speak. Ling Tsong frowned and shouted, "Don't be rude. If you want to go back quickly, then go back. No one is stopping you," Second Elder Ling Mo said unhappily. "But I still haven't received my reward." Ling Xiao said. He was also unhappy. He had worked so hard to get to this point, but now he was leaving without any reward. This was too unreasonable. Offending the Grand Supreme Elder is a capital offense. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and leave. Otherwise, even the Patriarch won't be able to protect you. Fifth Elder Ling Yen snorted coldly. "Damn, you old bastard, I beat your grandson, but you're chasing me away without even getting a reward? No way." Ling Xiao cursed. He had endured for a long time, and this Fifth Elder had been constantly making things difficult for him. It was obvious that he didn't like him, so there was no need for him to be nice to him. "You dare to curse me? Patriarch, you saw it too." Ling Xiao actually dared to go against his superiors and violate the clan's rules. He should be punished. The Fifth Elder was so angry that his beard was puffing up. He wanted to seize this opportunity to punish Ling Xiao while also making it difficult for Ling Tsong to get out of this embarrassing situation. It could be said that he was killing two birds with one stone. Just as Ling Tsong was in a dilemma, the Grand Supreme Elder laughed benevolently. "Don't be in such a hurry. Your reward is here." With that, the Grand Supreme Elder took out an incomplete scroll. "What's this?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Why don't you take a look and you'll know?" The Grand Supreme Elder waved his hand, and the incomplete scroll floated in front of Ling Xiao. The four people beside Ling Xiao didn't understand what the Grand Supreme Elder was trying to do, but the other elders seemed to have guessed something. The Second Elder and Fifth Elder's expressions instantly became extremely unsightly. Only the Third Elder, Ling Yuan, had an amiable smile on his face, as if he already knew what was going to happen. Ling Xiao flipped through the incomplete scroll a few times, and his eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, "It's actually the last 3 transformations of the 5 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformations." Then he raised his head and said to the Grand Supreme Elder, "Thank you for the reward, Grand Supreme Elder." Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. You can continue chatting. With that, Ling Xiao put the last 3 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformations into his robes and turned to leave. Everyone was speechless at Ling Xiao's actions. It seemed as if he still didn't know that he had hit the jackpot. Xiao, don't be rude. Hurry up and thank the Grand Supreme Elder. Ling Tsang was anxious. He hadn't expected the Grand Supreme Elder to have taken a liking to Ling Xiao. He was ecstatic, but when he saw Ling Xiao's lack of appreciation, he really wanted to slap him to death. This child was too stubborn. Didn't I already thank him? I still have to hurry back to eat, so there's no need to see me off. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head, and he simply waved his hand and continued walking. You little brat! Ling Tsang shouted, and just as he was about to grab Ling Xiao, the Grand Supreme Elder waved his sleeve and laughed. I'm also hungry, so I might as well ask this brat for a meal. With that, the Grand Supreme Elder actually chased after Ling Xiao in 2 steps. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Half a month later, a bare-chested youth was enduring the harshest fire under the scorching sun. His skin was as black as charcoal, and he was sweating profusely. What was most shocking was that his body was faintly emitting wisps of charred white smoke. Not only was he enduring the scorching sun, but he was also surrounded by 4 golden-faced copper mirrors that reflected the sunlight onto his body. The heat was 5 times that of the sun's rays, and a person would be cooked to a crisp. But the youth was carrying 2 buckets of water with both hands and galloping on horseback. He gritted his teeth and continued to chant the cultivation mantra in his heart. Not far away, an old man was leisurely drinking wine under a trellis, and beside him was a beautiful young girl who kept pouring wine for him, making him extremely happy. It seemed that he hadn't been so relaxed and happy in a long time. Grandpa, can you let the young master rest? Look at him, he can't hold on much longer. The young woman helped the old man massage his shoulders as she tried to persuade the youth. The old man smiled and said, I didn't tell him to be so diligent. He's the one who insisted on it. You can just persuade him. The young woman angrily said, the young master won't listen to me. Then he won't listen to me either, the old man said shamelessly. The young woman was so angry that she kept stomping her feet, but there was nothing she could do. Not long after, the youth began to roar incessantly under the scorching sun. His expression was extremely malevolent, as if he had turned into a wild beast. The black skin on his body began to faintly crack, and he looked extremely frightening. Young master, stop refining. The young woman pretended to be unable to attend to the old man and cried out in alarm. The youth acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to scream. The skin on his face finally cracked and fell off. Those tiny cracks were like a spider web, densely spreading from his face to his neck, chest, arms, and other places. Soak in cold water. The old man under the green rattan frame suddenly shouted. The youth's arms shook, and the 2 buckets of water flew towards the wooden barrel not far away. Finally, his whole body also jumped into the wooden barrel. A series of hot and cold sounds rang out. The youth in the wooden barrel once again let out a shocking scream. Young master! The young woman covered her face and cried out in alarm. She didn't dare to look at the suffering the youth was currently suffering. Her heart was abnormally uncomfortable. I didn't think that in just a month, he would be able to reach the first level of refining skin. This kind of talent and this kind of hard work are inseparable. The old man was very satisfied as he stroked his white beard and praised. He didn't feel the slightest pain because of the youth's miserable state. After a long time, the youth in the wooden barrel drilled out and cried out, "It hurts like hell. Cultivating external martial arts is really King torturous." "Young master, are you all right?" The young woman cried out in alarm and then hurriedly ran towards the youth in the barrel. "I'm fine. What could happen to me? This little bit of suffering is something this young master can still endure," the youth said as he patted his strong chest. Only then did the young woman realize that the youth was naked. She couldn't help but blush. Just as she was about to turn her face away, she seemed to have discovered something strange. She said in astonishment, "Youth, your face, "What's wrong with my face?" The youth touched his face and asked. However, when he touched his face, he discovered that a large piece of his face had actually fallen off. It really scared him. After he touched a piece, the skin on his face miraculously fell off completely, revealing the skin that was like that of a newborn baby. It was really white and smooth to the point that it made people envious. "What's going on? Don't tell me the first level has been successfully cultivated?" The youth looked at the similarly falling skin on his chest and muttered to himself. "Not bad, you've successfully cultivated the first level of refining skin." The old man not far away replied. After suffering for a month, it's finally over." The youth laughed heartily and then jumped out of the barrel. The dead skin on his body had completely fallen off. His entire person became bright and spirited. His skin was exquisite and clean, yet it didn't lose its vigor and handsomeness. He truly was an elegant and beautiful youth. Needless to say, this youth was Ling Xiao, who had been bitterly cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The young woman was his maid by Yushi, and the old man was the Ling family's grand elder. Chapter 30. Ling Xiao had been practicing the Vajra 5 transformation technique for a month. Today, he had finally mastered the first transformation, skin refining. This was inseparable from his hard work and talent. Moreover, with the Grand Elder's personal guidance and supervision, it was impossible for him not to break through. However, in order to break through the first transformation, Ling Xiao had suffered a lot this month. Every day, in addition to a large amount of physical training, he had to endure the scorching sun, and finally, he had to endure the torment of cold and heat. That kind of feeling was really not something an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a tough personality, otherwise he would have given up long ago. Now that he had mastered the first transformation, his body could now withstand a full-force blow from a high-level Xian practitioner without any problem. He had reached the strength of a beginner-level defense. When he mastered the second transformation, tendon refining, he would be able to withstand a full-force blow from a high-level Xian practitioner. At that time, in Meteorite City, as long as he did not encounter a spirit master, protecting his life should not be a problem. Now that the Grand Elder had given him the mnemonic for the last 3 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, the Vajra 5 transformation technique was completed. The last 3 transformations were organs refining, bones refining, and blood refining. The defense of each transformation was very abnormal. At the 5th transformation, even a full-force blow from a legendary king stage or even Earth Emperor stage expert might not be harmed. This defensive technique did not specify what rank it was, but the Grand Elder guessed that it was at least a green rank or above. Why was it a guess? Because the Grand Elder himself had only practiced the 3rd transformation, organs refining, to the initial realm. The Vajra 5 transformation technique, except for the first transformation which could be cultivated without the help of spirit herbs, required a large amount of spirit herbs and elixirs. Otherwise, the person would be tortured to death by the cruel cultivation before the cultivation of the technique was completed. Spirit herbs and elixirs were rare to begin with. Even someone as strong as the Grand Elder could only get his hands on 3rd-level spirit herbs to cultivate the 3rd transformation to the initial realm. When it came to the 4th transformation, even if it required the assistance of 4th-level or even 5th-level spirit herbs and elixirs, he could only stop at the sight. After Ling Xiao took a bath and changed his clothes, he put on a black tight-fitting martial suit with a cloak draped over his back. He looked extraordinarily elegant and at ease. His long hair that was as black as a waterfall was casually scattered, reflecting his wild and unruly personality. His pair of sharp eyes were deeply enchanting, and his handsome face, as smooth as jade, could even cause young girls to have feelings for him. "Young master is so charming," Bayushi praised in her heart as she looked at Ling Xiao. At the same time, she couldn't help blushing. "Yushi, have I become more handsome?" Ling Xiao looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help proudly asking. "Yes, young master, take a good look. Bayushi lowered her head slightly and replied with a drunken blush. Hee, this young master thinks so too, Ling Xiao said in a very narcissistic manner. Bayushi naturally agreed with Ling Xiao's words. Right now, her entire heart belonged to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted her body, she wouldn't resist at all. In fact, she would be even happier. After leaving the room, Ling Xiao and Bayushi walked out of the room. The two of them walked into the main hall. Many servants respectfully greeted Ling Xiao, Lord Administrator. Right now, Ling Xiao's status was completely different from the past. When he had obtained the top 5 in the family test, he had gained the status of an administrator. The family had given him a few more servants, and his salary had also increased by more than 10 times. Every month he could receive 200 gold coins as expenses. This was the treatment of an administrator. Not only that, but because Ling Xiao had been chosen by the Grand Elder as his successor, the Grand Elder had moved in with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's status was naturally extremely noble. Even the elders of the family would have to politely smile when they saw Ling Xiao. The reason was that he was the Grand Elder's disciple. This status could suppress many people to death. Because of this matter, the second elder had even smashed his most precious vase when he returned home. He had originally thought that his grandson Ling Kuang would most likely become the Grand Elder's successor. Ling Kuang was very outstanding in all aspects. The most important thing was that Ling Kuang's attribute matched the Grand Elder's attribute. They were both of the metal attribute. If it was him, the Grand Elder would also choose Ling Kuang. Who would have thought that the Grand Elder would actually choose the weakest, Ling Xiao, a low-level profound practitioner? Furthermore, he had insisted on taking Ling Xiao as his disciple. That brat Ling Xiao seemed to be very unwilling. This made the second elder furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Regarding this, everyone was very puzzled. They sighed inwardly that the ways of the world were truly unpredictable. Everyone could only exclaim that Ling Xiao's dog shit luck was too awesome. After eating, Ling Xiao was called over by the Grand Elder alone. Looking at this hidden old man, Ling Xiao also found it hard to understand why he had chosen him as his disciple. He sighed in his heart, "It seems like my character is so good no matter where I go. Even this old man has taken a fancy to me." "Old master, do you have any reward for calling me here?" Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest bit restrained because of the Grand Elder's identity, and said with a casual smile. The Grand Elder chuckled and said, "You little brat, how many things have you robbed from me in the past half a month? To think that you still dare to ask again. Do you believe that I won't smash your head apart?" Hee, didn't I just take a few lousy weapons and a few bottles of pills from you? Why do you always keep it in your heart? Aren't you being too stingy as a master? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and laughed dryly. Hearing this, the Great Elder's complexion turned green. A Tier 2 mid-tier weapon and a Tier 2 medicinal pill were actually described by this little guy as a rotten weapon and a small medicinal pill. One must know that if these things were placed in Meteor City, it would cause a frenzy of fighting over them. Since they're lousy weapons and pills, you can bring them back to me. I don't mind. The Grand Elder lightly stroked his beard as he spoke. How can I take back something that I've already given away? Let's get down to business. I wonder what the Grand Elder has called me here for? Ling Xiao laughed and quickly changed the topic. Little rascal, the Grand Elder lightly scolded him and then said with a serious expression, "You've already cultivated the first transformation, and your cultivation speed isn't bad. However, the second transformation will be even more difficult and arduous. Do you have the confidence to endure it?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with confidence as he said, "Of course, it's not a problem. To think that a mere external martial art can stump a genius like me is simply a joke." Since that's the case, then let's begin cultivating the second transformation." The Grand Elder revealed a sly smile. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "There's no need to work so hard. This cultivation requires a balance between work and rest. Furthermore, I'm especially busy today, so let's put this aside for now." Having said that, he withdrew his legs and ran out, completely disregarding the Grand Elder's authority. The Grand Elder watched as Ling Xiao ran off. Not only was he not angry, but he instead revealed a desolate smile and said to himself, "Little brat, hurry up and grow up. There's not much time left." Naturally, Ling Xiao couldn't hear the Grand Elder's sigh. At this moment, he had already run out of the house and was walking towards the market. Today, his main goal was to buy some field tools to facilitate his trip to the desolate mountain range in a few days. Now, he wanted to go to the desolate mountain range not to earn gold coins, but to yearn for the spirit beasts and spirit herbs there. Through this period of time, he had become more and more interested in this continent. He knew that there were some heaven-defying spirit herbs that could revive a person's bones and increase their cultivation. There were also powerful spirit beasts that could spit fire and water. If he could get a powerful spirit beast as a mount, how cool would that be? Therefore, Ling Xiao decided that he must go to the desolate mountain range. Now, Ling Xiao was an important person for the Ling family to protect. As soon as he walked out of the Ling family's territory, there were immediately 2 Mystic Realm experts following him closely to prevent any accidents from happening to Ling Xiao. These 2 were the Ling family's loyal guards and were also the Ling family's strongest 24 Tiger Guards. They were called by the same title, one was called Tiger 6, and the other was called Tiger 7. Both of them were experts in the top 10 of the Tiger Guards. They both had the cultivation of a mid-level Mystic Realm expert. In Meteorite City, they were already considered experts. These 2 guards were arranged by Ling Tsong, the clan leader. At first, the 2nd and the 5th patriarchs strongly objected to Ling Tsong's decision. They said that Ling Tsong was biased, and that he was using the Tiger Guards to protect Ling Xiao. However, after Ling Tsong said that it was the Great Elder's decision, the 2 of them didn't dare to say anything. As for the tailing behind him, not only did Ling Xiao not feel annoyed, but he also felt that he was a playboy from a rich family, using his power to bully others. It didn't take long to buy some field tools. It was all done in 2 hours. After shopping, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to go back. He once again came to the most popular restaurant in the city, Savory Aroma Restaurant. The last time he had come out with Bai Yushi, he had come here to taste the delicacies and felt that they weren't bad. Unfortunately, Luo Qingxuang had ruined his interest, and he had almost destroyed the entire restaurant. The Savory Aroma Restaurant had been renovated, but its business was still as good as ever. One by one, rich merchants, nobles, and disciples of powerful families walked in and out with beautiful women in their arms, lewd smiles plastered on their faces. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling vexed that he hadn't brought Yushi along. Now he was looking at other people hugging beautiful women. I don't believe that there aren't any beauties throwing themselves at this young master's handsomeness. Ling Xiao shook the cloak on his back and strode into the Savory Aroma Restaurant. Ling Xiao wasn't boasting when he said this. He was originally extremely delicate and pretty, but now that he had not only become a profound practitioner, he had also cultivated the first level of the Vajra 5 transformation art. He had changed a layer of his skin, and his aura had risen by several times. Dignified, he had become extraordinarily handsome. When he had just walked into the Savory Aroma Restaurant, he had attracted a large number of coquettish glances from beautiful women. This made Ling Xiao feel great, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling extremely pleased. The shopkeeper and attendants of the Savory Aroma Restaurant all recognized Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had left too deep of an impression on them last time. The Ling family's genius could once again cultivate, and they had recently heard that he had become a profound practitioner. Furthermore, he had even been accepted as a successor disciple by the Ling family's supreme elder. This news had practically shaken Meteorite City. The shopkeeper personally and attentively served Ling Xiao up to the 2nd floor and arranged the best position for him. When Ling Xiao had just walked up, the people downstairs began to whisper. "That's the Ling family's Ling Xiao, right? Didn't I hear that he had already become a cripple? Why is he so high-spirited now? Isn't that so? Now he can cultivate profound energy again. A month ago, he even defeated the Luo family's daughter, Luo Qingxuang. Recently, I also heard that the Ling family's supreme elder took a fancy to him and accepted him as a successor disciple. It can't be, he's so awesome that even a salted fish can turn over a new leaf. His luck is too good. Isn't that so? In the future, when you see Ling Xiao, you have to be more respectful. Just now, you saw the nurse behind him, right? Both of them are filled with a murderous aura. I reckon that they are the Ling family's 24 tiger guards. On the second floor, Ling Xiao sat on a soft leather couch, feeling extremely comfortable and at ease. Young Master Ling, what would you like to eat? The shopkeeper respectfully asked Ling Xiao. I heard that you have spirit snake soup here. Give me 3 portions, 5 kilograms of wolf meat, and 5 kilograms of wine, Ling Xiao shouted. He also wanted to enjoy the nourishing life of a rich young master. Yes, young Master Ling Xiao, the shopkeeper respectfully replied. Just as the shopkeeper was about to leave, a delicate voice that sounded like the chirping of an oriole was heard. Young master, this meal is on me. Ling Xiao looked towards the direction of the voice and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 31. He saw a beautiful woman wearing a set of purple armor with an enchanting and sexy figure looking at him with a smile. There was only one sentence left in Ling Xiao's mind. What a stunning beauty! This was a woman around 25 years old. She had a typical oval face, a pair of sexy red lips, wavy golden hair that reached her waist, a voluptuous chest, and a slender waist that was full of healthy elasticity. She placed one foot flat on the soft couch, revealing her round and slender legs. Her crystal white skin was extremely beautiful. Such a woman would make all men drool at the sight of her. Their animalistic nature would be triggered and they would push her down onto the big bed. However, not many men dared to do so. This was because she had a very popular nickname, Snake Beauty. All the men who wanted to push her down on the bed were sent to hell by her. Wei Dia, the second largest mercenary group in Meteor City, Cold Snake Group. She had the strength of a low-level mystic warrior. In Meteor City, those who had reached the mystic warrior level were all experts. Other than a few big families, almost no one dared to provoke her. Wei Dyer had reached the low-level mystic warrior level at the age of 25 without anyone's guidance. This kind of talent was definitely top-notch even in a big family. The shopkeeper obviously knew Wei Dyer as well. He smiled and nodded at her. Yes, Miss Dyer. It's Ling Xiao's honor to meet a beautiful sister treating me to a meal. It would be impolite for me to reject such a great kindness. Ling Xiao came back to his senses, brushed his bangs, and put on a look that he thought was the most handsome. He cupped his hands and smiled at Wei Dyer. At this moment, he was muttering in his heart, looks like I'm really handsome to be able to seduce such a beauty. Looks like I'll be lucky in the future. Wei Dyer's lips curled up into a bewitching smile as she said, I have long heard of young Master Ling's reputation. Today, I am fortunate enough to meet you. May I have the honor to have a few drinks with you? Ling Xiao stood up in a very gentlemanly manner and said, since beautiful sister has invited me, if Ling Xiao dares to refuse, it would be disrespectful to sister. When Ling Xiao was about to walk over, Hu Lu and Hu Qi blocked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed. Young master, please reconsider. Ling Xiao patted Hu Lu and Hu Qi's shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, big sister won't bully my good little brother. Wei Tho was elated by the way Ling Xiao kept referring to her as elder sister, and elder sister, and elder sister. She couldn't help but laugh. I don't dare to ask young Master Ling to be my younger brother. I'm afraid that it would be too much for me. Ling Xiao passed between Hu Lu and Hu Qi and sat down opposite of Wei Dai. He said, why wouldn't I dare? I'm a few years younger than big sister, so of course I'm big sister's younger brother. Could it be that big sister dislikes me, Ling Xiao? How could that be? Big sister can't ask for more than anything to have a little brother like you. Wei Dai's beautiful eyes swept across Ling Xiao's face. She didn't avoid anything, but her pretty face seemed to have a faint blush. Since that's the case, you can call me little brother from now on, and I'll call you big sister. If someone bullies my little brother in the future, big sister, you have to help me. Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. He was originally a love-struck fool. Now that such a beautiful woman was in front of him, he naturally couldn't help but be presumptuous. Of course, but What if big sister is bullied? Wei Dai nodded and said while tapping her lower lip with her jade finger. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dai lecherously. He immediately patted his chest and said in a heroic manner, "If anyone dares to bully big sister, then that person is going against me, Ling Xiao. I'll definitely make him regret coming to this world." Hee hee, little brother, you're so nice. Wei covered her small mouth and laughed foolishly. Her jiggling breasts made the men next to her stare straight. Ling Xiao, who was sitting opposite of her, even swallowed his saliva. At this time, the waiter had already brought the snake soup, wolf meat, and good wine that Ling Xiao had ordered. Ling Xiao asked the waiter to bring half of the food to Hu Lu and Hu Qi's table and let them sit down and eat together. At first, Hu Lu and Hu Qi insisted on not eating together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no choice but to order them to sit down and enjoy. These two big brothers are really too rotten. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head at Wei Dai as he sighed. Although Hu Lu and Hu Qi were the guards of the Ling family, Ling Xiao didn't treat them as servants. Although he didn't treat them as brothers who would share blessings and difficulties, it was still okay for them to sit down together and drink big bowls and eat big mouthfuls of meat. Just because of this, Wei Dai could not help but think more highly of Ling Xiao. She thought to herself, this genius of the Ling clan doesn't seem to be very arrogant. Thinking up to this point, a rough roar came from downstairs. Wei Dai, you stinking brat, hurry up and get down here, or else I'll kill you on the street. This roar instantly spread throughout the Wei Xiang residence. Wei Dai, who was drinking with Ling Xiao, instantly blushed. However, she still suppressed her anger and said to Ling Xiao in a coquettish tone, "Little brother, someone is insulting your sister on the street. What do you think I should do?" Those who did not know Wei Dai would think that she was a weak girl who did not have the strength to bear the weight of a chicken. She looked so delicate and pitiful that it made people's hearts ache. At this time, Ling Xiao finally realized why Wei Dai wanted to treat him. It seemed like the drunkard's intention was not to drink. However, Ling Xiao did not care at all about being used. In his opinion, only a handsome man like him was qualified to protect such a beautiful woman. It was not impossible for him to take the opportunity to win her heart. Ling Xiao chuckled and did not answer Wei Dai's words. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Where did this savage from the mountain village come from? How dare you speak so disrespectfully to my sister? If you have the guts, I will castrate you and feed you to the wild beasts." After a while, a series of hurried footsteps came from the stairs, and 5 figures appeared one after another. All 5 of them exuded a sense of wilderness, and a strong murderous aura emanated from their sturdy and strong muscles. The hideous wounds on their arms were frightening to look at. The person in the lead was the tallest and strongest of them all. The bald head on his head was carved with a hideous and terrifying wolf head. The wolf head revealed its deep and ferocious fangs, and it was extremely frightening. He was the deputy leader of the Meteorite City's #1 mercenary group, the Green Wolf Group, He Lang. He Lang, 33 years old, was also a low-level mystic cultivator like Wei Dai. However, he had been a low-level mystic cultivator for many years, and after many years of hunting spirit beasts in the desolate mountains, his cultivation had long reached the peak of the low-level mystic cultivator. If it was not for his low level of comprehension, he would have long become a mid-level mystic cultivator. The person who shouted downstairs was He Lang himself. He Lang glanced at Ling Xiao and could tell that Ling Xiao was only a low-level mystic cultivator. Then he ignored Ling Xiao and turned to stare at Wei Dai, saying coldly, "Wei Dai, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the thing. Otherwise, I will not only kill you, but also make your cold snake group disappear from Meteorite City." What a big tone. If Green Wolf was here, I might be a little afraid, but you, He Lang, don't have that ability. Wei Dai stared at He Lang, and a strong murderous aura flashed through her beautiful eyes. Whether I have the ability or not, I will let you know now. He Lang snorted coldly and pulled out the mace on his back. The ferocious steel spikes were filled with murderous intent. "Hey, who is this disgusting uncle? Did you not hear what I said? How dare you bully my sister? Are you looking for death? Ling Xiao said lazily as he tore a piece of wolf meat and threw it into his mouth. A black line appeared on Hei Lang's forehead, and he glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Then he laughed loudly and said, I was wondering what kind of man you, the snake beauty, liked. So, it turns out that you have found a weak lover. A little mystic cultivator dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I can pinch you to death with one finger? As soon as he said this, Hu Lu and Hu Qi, who were at the side, wanted to stand up and make a move. However, they saw that Ling Xiao was secretly playing tricks on them, and they had no choice but to suppress their impulse. Hei Lang did not pay attention to Ling Xiao's tricks, and he only focused all his attention on Wei Dai. Wei Dai naturally knew that Ling Xiao's strength was weak, but she was only relying on Ling Xiao's identity and the strength of the two guards behind him. Little brother, look at this person, he is so annoying that I don't even have the mood to drink and chat with you. Wei pouted her sexy lips as if she had suffered a great grievance. Ling Xiao laughed lightly, then stood up and shook his cloak. He looked majestically at Hei Lang and pulled out a light blue sword from behind him. He pointed the sword at Hei Lang, and sword chi surged. He looked like he was going to hold the fort by himself. Get out of here right now, or else I will leave one of your hands behind, Ling Xiao said faintly. When Hei Lang heard this, he could not help but laugh impudently again. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Do you know who I am? I am the vice commander of the Green Wolf Group, Hei Lang. Have you heard of me? If you don't get out of here right now, I will immediately take your life. Other than Hei Lang, who was a low-level mystic practitioner, there were 2 high-level and 2 mid-level practitioners behind him. Ling Xiao was only a low-level practitioner, but he actually dared to speak to them like this. In the eyes of others, he was indeed overestimating himself. Wei could not help but look at Ling Xiao with disdain, but she was not in a hurry. Anyway, the 2 guards would make a move sooner or later, and when that time came, it would be very easy for her to escape. You can try and see if you can take my life. Ling Xiao sneered. To be able to show off in front of a beauty was a very awe-inspiring and proud thing, and he naturally could not miss it. Although the other party had the strength of a mystic practitioner, it was not impossible for him to put up a fight. Moreover, in order to aspire to the pinnacle of strength, he naturally had to have the confidence to move forward bravely. Only by breaking through all the shackles would he be able to make a name for himself. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or comprehension, Ling Xiao was excellent, but he knew that it was not enough to rely on these 2 points alone. The fastest way to increase his strength was still to use battle to nurture battle. Only through battle could he become stronger faster. This was also the main reason why he became a super expert at a young age in his previous life. Today, he would use these 5 people as practice, and at the same time, capture the heart of that beauty. Wasn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The most depressed person was the shopkeeper of the savory fragrance residence. He was cursing in his heart why this young master of the Ling family always wanted to fight every time he came. He was really a super god of plague. If he came here a few more times, his savory fragrance residence would really be removed from Meteor City. Since you King want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Tang Mu, go up and kill this brat. Hei Lang impatiently said to a man beside him. Yes, Vice Commander. The man called Tang Mu walked out from Hei Lang's side and replied. He was one of the 2 mid-level profound practitioners. Come, this young master will let you know that the consequences of offending me is to lose your life. Ling Xiao contemptuously crooked his finger at Hei Lang and the others. Wei Dai saw that Ling Xiao was actually going to accept the challenge, and that the 2 guards did not have any intention of making a move. She could not help but anxiously said to Ling Xiao, Little brother, you are not his match. Why don't you just hand this sister over to them? Wei Dai's words were just to force Ling Xiao to let the guards take action. Don't worry, big sister. These small fries will not be able to harm little brother at all. Let's see how little brother kills them. Ling Xiao threw a very conceited smile at Wei Dai. Little brat, go to hell. Tang Mu saw that the moment when Ling Xiao was distracted was the perfect time to kill. He shouted loudly and the heavy blade in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 32. Tang Mu's heavy saber was fast, and it reached Ling Xiao's head in an instant. Wei Dyer could not help but exclaim, "Be careful!" Her hand was already on the rapier at her waist, and she was ready to strike. Although she was making use of Ling Xiao, she did not want Ling Xiao to get hurt because of her. Otherwise, the Ling family would definitely make the Cold Snake mercenary group disappear from Meteorite City. You dare to launch a sneak attack on me, you're courting death. Although Ling Xiao was facing Wei Daya, he was already on his guard. On the surface, he looked like a very conceited person, but in reality, he was a person who would never underestimate his enemies. Just as the heavy saber was about to hit him, Ling Xiao waved the light blue sword in his hand and met the heavy saber. Clang! The saber and the sword clashed, and there was a sound of collision. What a piece of scrap metal! Ling Xiao looked at the remaining half of the heavy saber in Tang Mu's hand and could not help but laugh coldly. He then quickly kicked Tang Mu. Tang Mu was still looking at the remaining half of the advanced grade 1 heavy saber in his hand, and he was caught off guard by Ling Xiao's kick. Ouch! Tang Mu screamed and threw the broken saber in his hand. He hugged his penis and kept jumping on the spot. Go to hell! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved the light blue sword in his hand. Tang Mu's head fell to the ground, and blood splattered on the spot. Tang Mu was killed by Ling Xiao's sword in just one move. Everyone was stunned. Wei Dyer did not expect this young Master Ling, who looked like he had just reached adulthood, to be such a ruthless character. He killed someone in an instant, and she could not help but feel a little timid. You were actually able to kill Tang Mu. Looks like you have a tier 2 sword in your hands. I'm definitely going to take it. He Lang was astonished for a moment before he coldly glanced at Tang Mu's corpse, speaking to Ling Xiao indifferently. These mercenary group members who lived by licking knives were already used to life and death. Moreover, Tang Mu was just a small character. He did not feel sad for his Black Wolf's death. Instead, he had a greedy desire for the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao played with the light blue crystal sword and said to Black Wolf with a playful tone, "You want this sword? I'm afraid you won't be able to use it." The sword in Ling Xiao's hand was called the Blue Crystal Sword, a mid-tier second-tier sword weapon, which he had obtained from the Grand Elder. Tang Shui, aren't you going out to avenge your brother? What are you waiting for? As a mystic cultivator, He Lang naturally would not act rashly. He immediately shouted at a man who looked similar to Tang Mu. Tang Shui, Tang Mu's big brother, was even stronger than his younger brother. He was a high-level profound practitioner, and he held a cold weapon called a sickle in his hand. His bloodthirsty fangs made people tremble in fear. Tang Shui did not waste any words and shouted, "Take my brother's life." That pair of hooks transformed into a crescent arc, bringing with it a biting cold sharpness as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Just this imposing manner alone was more than 2 times stronger than Tang Mu. Hee, you're in a hurry to see your dead brother, right? Don't worry, you'll meet him in hell in the next moment. Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he used the Cloud Phantom Shadow, and the afterimage he left behind was cut by Tang Shui's hooks. He Lang's eyesight was not ordinary, and with one look he saw through Ling Xiao's dodging. He could not help but remind him, "Be careful behind you." Tang Shui's reaction was also much faster than Tang Mu's. Without turning his head, he swung his hooks and slashed towards Ling Xiao who was behind him. Ling Xiao blocked it with a single sword, and his figure was forced back a few steps. However, Tang Shui's sickle was also chipped, and it could be seen that Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword was of a much higher grade than Tang Shui's sickle. He Lang's eyes became even redder, and he immediately shouted to the 2 people behind him who had not made a move yet, "You 2 attack together, don't waste time and kill this brat." As soon as He Lang's voice fell, the 2 people behind him immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Wei Dai frowned slightly and looked towards the 2 guards not far away. She anxiously thought, "Why aren't you attacking yet?" Actually, Hu Lu and Hu Qi wanted to attack a long time ago, But Ling Xiao had already used the secret ear technique to order them not to attack unless he was facing a life and death situation. The two of them had no choice but to secretly be on guard, ready to attack at any time. Although they knew that Ling Xiao had once defeated a high-leveled profound practitioner, Ling Xing, but facing the joint attack of two high-leveled profound practitioners and a middle-leveled profound practitioner, even a high-leveled profound practitioner would fall, let alone a low-leveled profound practitioner like Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had his own plans. With his marvelous footwork and combat experience from his previous life, even though the difference in strength was very big, he had nothing to fear. Come, let me fight to my heart's content today. A strong battle intent suddenly rose in Ling Xiao, and his aura directly approached the peak of a low-leveled profound practitioner. After this battle, he was confident that he would break through to the middle-leveled profound practitioner, and this battle was a rare opportunity, so how could he let it go? Sword Scar. Ling Xiao used the tyrant style, for the second time, and instantly, countless sword rays emitted a dense chill and swept towards the three people. Countless sword rays instantly broke the surrounding tables and chairs into pieces. This time, the power was twice as strong as the previous time. What a strong move! Could it be a Saiyan grade sword technique? He Lang and Wei Dai were both shocked by this move of Ling Xiao's. Facing such a strong sword technique, the three members of the Green Wolf Regiment worked together to block it. Tang Shui and the other high-leveled profound practitioner barely managed to block the fatal attack, but the middle-leveled profound practitioner was not so lucky, and his throat was directly cut by the sword ray, and he died on the spot. The two high-leveled profound practitioners did not fare well either. Although they blocked all the sword rays at their vital points, their clothes were cut in many places, and their rough skin was dripping with blood, making them look extremely pathetic. I'll kill you! Tang Shui glared angrily. He had never been put in such a difficult situation by a low-leveled profound practitioner, and the other high-leveled profound practitioner was also in the same situation. The two of them ignored the pain on their bodies. This little bit of pain was not enough to make them nervous. They were both people who lived their lives licking knives. They were not even afraid of death. Why would they be afraid of this little bit of pain? One of them brandished a sickle, the other brandished a long sword, and they attacked from two different angles. After Ling Xiao's move, the meridians in his body only felt a little pain. It was not like the previous time where he suffered a backlash. As his realm increased, the power of his move also became stronger. Cloak of the Clouds and Moon. Ling Xiao shouted. The cloak behind him finally came into use. This was the second form of the cloud-expelling palm. The cloak was like a curtain of the sky, covering the high-leveled profound practitioner with the sword, temporarily causing him to lose his target. In the next moment, Ling Xiao was already behind him, the blue crystal sword stabbing towards his back like a venomous snake. You dare! He Lang was finally angered. He shouted loudly, and the mace in his hands smashed towards Ling Xiao. The loss of the middle-leveled profound practitioners could be re-recruited, but the high-leveled profound practitioners were not so easy to find. He was not willing to let the strength of the team fall for a brat like this. Before the mace smashed in front of Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's long sword had already silently pierced through the body of the high-leveled profound practitioner. He Lang, your opponent is me. Wei Dyer saw that the two guards still did not show any signs of attacking. She could not help but stomp her feet, and the thin sword at her waist stabbed towards He Lang. Clang! Wei Dyer and He Lang's strength was not far from each other. The moment the two of them exchanged blows, sparks immediately bloomed. Tang Shui came back to his senses, but he had already discovered that another one of his companions had died, and a chill gradually spread throughout his body. Damn, is this really a low-leveled profound practitioner? He was afraid, in the face of true life and death, that sense of death was enough to destroy anyone's willpower. Ling Xiao was addicted to killing. He licked his lips, and did not care about the fight between the two mystic cultivators. He sneered at Tang Shui. I'll send you to meet your brother now. Since he could not escape, Tang Shui threw caution to the wind and shouted, I'll fight you to the death. That pair of sides turned into countless hook shadows, smashing towards Ling Xiao. This was already his strongest move. He did not hope to kill the enemy. He only hoped to force Ling Xiao to retreat. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Ling Xiao's strength was not as good as Tang Xue's. He would not be so foolish as to fight head-on. He only relied on his miraculous footwork to dodge every fatal blow, and the blue crystal sword in his hand avoided the heavy blows, causing Tang Xue's pair of sides to crack. Tang Xue did not have the time to care about the quality of his weapon. Just when he used up the last of his profound energy, he wanted to rush towards the window, trying to escape at this moment. If I let you escape, wouldn't that be embarrassing me in front of my sister? Ling Xiao sneered. The blue crystal sword in his hand once again slashed out countless sword rays, attacking Tang Xue, who was about to escape to the window. Boom! Instantly, the window was blasted into a big hole, and even Tang Xue was blasted out. Ling Xiao did not even look. He was already sure that Tang Xue could not be more dead. He placed his gaze on Black Wolf and Wei Dyer, who were still entangled. The battle between these two was obviously more exciting. The yellow and red rays intertwined, destroying the tables and chairs in the restaurant into countless sawdust. Black Wolf was an earth attribute martial artist. Every swing of his staff would be suffused with a pale yellow light, looking extremely heavy. A wave of indomitable murderous aura could be seen without a doubt. Wei Dyer, on the other hand, was a fire attribute martial artist. The thin sword in her hand was constantly emitting a blazing red gas, but her strength was inferior to Black Wolf, so she was forced into a dangerous situation by Black Wolf. Mystic Knight rank is indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes as he watched the battle between the two. He did not have the slightest intention to make a move. At the same time, he occasionally peeked at Wei Dyer's plump breasts. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Hu Lu and Hu Qi had already protected Ling Xiao by his side. It was the first time they had developed a sense of respect for Ling Xiao. Both of them were middle-level Mystic Knights. They were absolutely loyal guards cultivated by the Ling clan. They usually only listened to the commands of the clan leader, but now that they were asked to protect a Ling clan youth, they were more or less unhappy. But after seeing Ling Xiao's battle strength, they knew that the Ling clan's geniuses could not be judged by common sense. It was no wonder that the Grand Supreme Elder looked at him differently. "My good brother, come and help me." Wei Dyer's purple robe had been torn by Hei Lang's Wolf Fang mace, and she had almost been smashed by Hei Lang's Wolf Fang mace. She could not help but beg Ling Xiao for help. "Good sister, I have high hopes for you. How can that disgusting uncle be your opponent?" Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to make a move. He had been observing the fierce battle between the two. It would be very beneficial for him to break through to the Mystic Knight rank in the future. Moreover, Wei Dyer's figure was too mesmerizing. He could not bear to end the beautiful scene in front of him like this. Wei Dyer was furious. She originally thought that this playboy had been mesmerized by her, but at this moment, he actually did not make a move. She did not have the chance to be distracted. The thin sword in her hand shone brightly. She shouted, "Fire Snake Entanglement!" Finally, she used the strong move that a Mystic Knight rank should have. Chapter 33. A fire snake seemed to have a mind of its own. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards Hei Lang. Its fiery red body was burning with raging flames that scorched everything around it. The Mystic Knight level could release their Xian energy externally and use their own attributes to form a move. The power of this move was many times stronger than the sword skills that Ling Li and Ling Xing used during the family test. This was the difference between the Mystic Knight level and the Mystic Cultivator level. Small tricks. Hei Lang was not afraid of such a strong move. The yellowish glow of the mace in his hand became more intense. Then, he swung his mace and a yellow earth wolf rushed out. Boom! The strong moves collided with each other and a loud explosion was heard. The floor of the fragrant inn was blasted into a hole. Hei Lang took the opportunity to swing his mace again. Wei Dyer countered with her swift sword, but Hei Lang was more experienced in battle and quickly suppressed Wei Dyer. At this moment, Hei Lang smashed away Wei Dyer's thin sword. Wei Dyer's weakness was exposed. Hei Lang's ferocious eyes shone brightly. He gathered all his strength and shouted, "Lose!" The mace was like a 1,000-pound hammer as it smashed towards Wei Dyer's face. Wei Dyer could not defend in time and would be severely injured. "You want to hurt my sister? Dream on." Ling Xiao, who was at the side, seized the best opportunity to sneak an attack. The blue crystal sword in his hand stabbed towards He Lang's back like a venomous snake. If He Lang did not defend himself, he would only die. He Lang cursed in his heart, "Treacherous villain." He tilted his body and swung his mace at Ling Xiao. Clang. Instantly, Ling Xiao was forced to take a few steps back. His arm that was holding the blue crystal sword felt numb from the impact. What a strong recoil. Ling Xiao immediately used his Xian energy to counteract the pain. This was the first time he felt that the difference between their levels was too big. "Good brother, do you really want me to die?" Wei Dyer took the opportunity to retreat to Ling Xiao's side and rebuked him. After a round of fighting, her profound energy was greatly depleted. Her breathing was rapid and her chest was heaving up and down, causing Ling Xiao to stare blankly. Wei Dyer noticed that Ling Xiao's gaze was a little strange. Only then did she realize that this guy was looking at her sexy spot. She tilted her body slightly and said angrily, "Good brother, where are you looking at?" "I'm not looking around. I'm just checking to see if my sister is injured." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said confidently, "Mph, what a pair of dogs. I'll send you both on your way today." He Lang snorted, his face turning green. Then he waved his mace and attacked again. "You guys should make your move. This young master isn't playing anymore." Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and finally gave Hu Lu and Hu Qi an order. "Yes, young master." The two of them answered and rushed toward He Lang at the same time. At this moment, He Lang noticed the two of them who had been silent all this while. The two of them were so fast that even he could not see them clearly. Suddenly, an ominous feeling came over him. "Not good, it's an expert." He Lang did not take Hu Lu and Hu Qi seriously at first. He did not expect these two to be the real experts. When he noticed them, he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Hu Lu and Hu Qi were both a small level higher than him. If they attacked at the same time, there was no reason for him to escape. The two of them drew their swords at the same time, and two crescent-shaped sword auras slashed toward He Lang. Boom! He Lang was smashed against the wall like a dead dog. Two bone-deep wounds appeared on his back, and blood flowed out crazily. "For you?" He Lang stared at Ling Xiao and asked with a deathly pale face. He was now filled with regret. He had thought that the other party was just a low-level Xian cultivator and was not worthy of his attention. However, all of his subordinates had died at the hands of such a low-level martial artist. What he did not expect was that the other party's two bodyguards were actually so powerful. They were at least mid-level mystic cultivators. Could it be that Wei Dyer, this slut, had attached herself to a large clan? "Heh, you don't even know who I am, and you still have the nerve to mingle in Meteorite City," Ling Xiao said as he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he smiled at Wei Dyer and said, "Good sister, how do you think we should deal with this person?" Wei Dyer hesitated for a moment, then frowned slightly and said to He Lang, "He Lang, I'll let you go today. How about you stop thinking about the things in my hands?" He Lang's face darkened for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, let me go, and I'll let this matter go." A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. It was more important to save his life first. He would get back what he had lost sooner or later. "I hope you won't go back on your words." "You can leave," Wei Dyer said lightly. He Lang stood up with difficulty and looked at the few people at the scene with a complicated expression. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Ling Xiao made his move, and the sword in his hand fell. He Lang did not even have time to react before he was cut in half. Even when he died, he still did not understand what was going on. "You!" Wei Dyer really did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly kill He Lang. Didn't he say that he would let her decide? "Good sister, I'm doing this for your own good. You can tell at a glance that this person is a despicable person who goes back on his word. If you let him go, you'll be the one to suffer in the future," Ling Xiao explained calmly. Wei Dyer was immediately angered. This time, the enmity between her and the Green Wolves mercenary group was huge. The reason why she let Hei Lang go was so that she would not fall out with the Green Wolves mercenary group. In terms of combat power, the Cold Snakes mercenary group was inferior to the Green Wolves mercenary group. If they were to really fight, they would only end up dead. Now that Hei Lang was dead, the Green Wolves mercenary group had formed an irreconcilable situation with the Green Wolves mercenary group. This was because Hei Lang was the younger brother of the Green Wolves mercenary group's leader. However, she also felt that Ling Zhao's words were not without reason. Even if she let Hei Lang go, Hei Lang might not comply obediently. The Green Wolves mercenary group was famous for being ruthless, and they often killed people in the mountains for their goods. Sigh. Wei Dyer sighed softly. She did not know if it was worth it for that thing. Sister, why don't you tell me what's bothering you? Let me help you out. Ling Xiao took a step closer and smelled Wei Dyer's unique feminine fragrance. He felt relaxed and happy. Regardless of whether it was in this life or his previous life, he especially liked mature women. He always felt that such women were the most attractive, and it was the most exciting to conquer them. It's all right. Thank you for today, little brother. Sister will treat you to a drink in the future. Wei Dyer's tone became colder. She moved away from Ling Xiao and was about to leave after saying that. Sister, you are leaving just like that? It doesn't seem right. Ling Xiao said playfully. He thought to himself, you want to leave after making use of me? Isn't the speed of burning the bridge after crossing the river too fast? Wei Dyer looked at Ling Xiao warily. Then she smiled and said, Sister, I have something urgent to attend to. I really have to leave. Can I look for little brother to play with me next time? Hee, sister, are you still treating me like a 3-year-old child? It's not right for you to leave so irresponsibly, Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. Then, little brother, what do you want? Wei Dyer threw a coquettish glance at Ling Xiao and said with a lovely expression. Looking at Wei Dyer's expression, Ling Xiao's body couldn't help but feel hot. He was almost bewitched by Wei Dyer. Fortunately, at this moment, the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi automatically activated and immediately woke him up. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, this woman actually knows how to use the charm technique? In fact, Ling Xiao had really misunderstood Wei Dyer. It wasn't that she knew how to use the charm technique. It was just that she was born with a natural charm. As long as she revealed a slightly seductive expression, it was very easy for a man with poor self-control to fall into a trance. Sister, shouldn't you express something before you leave? Ling Xiao said in a very intimate manner. Could it be that little brother wants to eat sister? Wei Dyer said in a very aggrieved manner. What kind of person do you think I am? I am an open and above-board gentleman. If you want to eat sister, you have to wait until you want little brother to eat before you eat. Ling Xiao said with a strong sense of righteousness. Wei Dyer spat in her heart. She originally thought that Ling Xiao was a young master who didn't know about the world. She didn't expect him to be so sly. Since it's like this, can sister accompany little brother next time? If little brother really likes sister, sister will let you have a bite. Wei Dyer tried to continue seducing Ling Xiao so that it would be easier for her to escape. How can one bite be enough? At least 10,000 mouthfuls? No, it should be a lifetime. Who asked sister to be so fragrant? Ling Xiao seemed to be enjoying it very much as he teased her. Little brother, you are really greedy. Sister will leave first. See you next time. Wei Dyer threw a coquettish glance at Ling Xiao and turned around, wanting to take the opportunity to leave. However, Hu Lu and Hu Qi blocked in front of her. What exactly do you want? Wei Dyer was a little annoyed. Sister, don't be angry. Little brother doesn't have any bad intentions. I just want to see what is worth these people fighting against you. Ling Xiao found a chair that hadn't been destroyed and sat down as he spoke. You. Wei Dyer was furious. She had driven the wolf away first and then the tiger away later. She didn't expect this little brat to turn around and threaten her. But, is sister not willing? Ling Xiao asked. He then continued, if that's the case, I don't mind searching sister's body myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Dyer's expression changed. She immediately said, "Let me show you." She then untied a small bag from her waist and threw it towards Ling Xiao. "This is what they are looking for." Ling Xiao smiled and opened the bag, revealing an exquisite small brocade box. After opening the brocade box, a fist-sized fiery red fruit appeared in front of him. "Can you let me go now?" Wei Dyer said angrily. There was no need for her to continue acting with Ling Xiao. "Hee, it seems like sister still wants me to search your body." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and walked towards Wei Dyer. "What do you want? I have already given you the thing. Don't tell me you don't want to let me go?" Wei Dyer said nervously. Sister, a mid-tier second-stage scarlet cinnabar fruit is indeed worth a lot, but it's not enough to make people risk their lives for it. Don't think that I'm easy to fool." Ling Xiao snorted. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wei Dyer finally revealed a worried expression. "Sister, I'm going to search your body," Ling Xiao said softly as he walked towards Wei Dyer. "Ah, don't." Wei Dyer was just in a daze. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she was shocked. She then put her hand into her bosom and took out another item. "Take it." Wei Dyer threw the item to Ling Xiao reluctantly. Ling Xiao took the item and sniffed it with his nose. "It smells so good." Wei Dyer could not help but blush slightly. This item was placed in her bosom just now. Now that Ling Xiao had sniffed it, it was as if Ling Xiao had touched her private parts. It made her feel like she was looking for a diamond. Ling Xiao opened the item in his hands. It was a piece of rag, and there was a map drawn on it. There were also various indicators on the map. Ling Xiao asked indifferently, "What is this? A treasure map?" Chapter 34. Wei Dyer pursed her lips and said faintly, "This is the topographic map of a secret territory in the desolate mountain range. It was drawn by a team leader of the Green Wolf Regiment. They accidentally entered a dangerous place, and it was said that there was a powerful spirit beast that was at least rank 3 or above guarding the place. All 50 of their team members died under the claws of the spirit beast. In the end, the team leader escaped by relying on his wind attribute. The map that he drew fell into my hands." Wei Dyer knew that she could no longer fool Ling Xiao, so most of what she said was the truth. Secret territory? Ling Xiao was startled when he heard this, but he immediately understood. He had read a lot of information about this continent in the Ling family's library, so he more or less understood the meaning of this term. A secret territory referred to a place where a powerful martial artist passed away. There would be all the savings of a martial artist, including mystical techniques, weapons, elixirs, and even a lifetime's inheritance. The first 3 items were enough to make many people go crazy, but the last item was probably the dream of everyone. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was a little tempted. Whether it was mystical techniques, weapons, or elixirs, Ling Xiao would never complain about having too many of them. As for the inheritance, he was a person who had transmigrated, and he had the memories and inheritance of his previous life. As long as he returned to his previous life standard, he would also be a super expert. Ling Xiao glanced at the route on the rag again and forced himself to memorize the route. He then threw the rag back to Wei Dyer and said, "A gentleman does not take what others like. I'll return it to you. Look at the look in my sister's eyes. She really treats me as if I killed your father. Sigh, to think that I stood up for you just now. It's hard to be a good person in this world." Wei Dyer grabbed the rag and stared blankly at Ling Xiao. She really did not dare to believe that this young master of the Ling family was not interested in the topographic map of the secret territory. This was the existence of a secret territory, and even the patriarchs of the various families would be tempted by it. Did he not know what a secret territory was? "Good sister, don't stare at me like that. I will be shy." Ling Zhao's face actually turned slightly red as he spoke. Wei Dyer spat in her heart and kept the rag in her arms again. "Okay, little brother is going home. I hope that the next time we meet, big sister will remember to treat us." Ling Xiao waved his hand and took Hu Lu and Hu Qi downstairs. Wei Dyer looked at Ling Zhao's elegant figure and was slightly dazed. Something seemed to have stirred in her heart, and she immediately thought of something. She ran to the window and shouted at Ling Xiao, who was already downstairs, "Bastard, return the scarlet fruit to me." "Good sister, take this as a gift from my younger brother." Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled without turning his head. "Bastard!" Wei Dai stomped her feet and shouted. She then jumped down from the building and left in another direction. An hour later, a group of burly men riding handsome horses appeared in front of the Flavor Fragrance Inn. There were almost 100 of them, and every one of them looked fierce. When the ordinary citizens saw them, they hurriedly hid in their houses. A few men jumped off their horses and quickly ran towards the dilapidated fragrant house. After a while, one of them ran out and arrived in front of the most majestic level 1 low-grade flaming horse. He said to the sturdy man wearing a set of cyan armor who was riding on the horse, reporting to the team, the vice team leader, "He's dead." "What? Speak clearly." The man on the horse shouted without showing any anger. "The deputy team leader is dead." "Bastard!" the man on the horse shouted. He then pushed off the horse's back and leaped towards the second floor of the Flavor Fragrance Inn like an eagle spreading its wings. This man was the leader of the Green Wolves mercenary group, Green Wolf. He was the elder brother of Hei Lang and had the terrifying strength of a high-level mystic warrior. He was also one of the top experts in Meteorite City. His mercenary group already had more than 500 people. In Meteorite City, no one dared to provoke the Green Wolves mercenary group except for the big families. Green Wolf looked at Hei Lang's expression and clenched his fists. His knuckles made cracking sounds as he raised his head and roared, "Wait, you be asterisks, I will definitely make your cold snake group disappear from Meteorite City." In the Ling family's inner courtyard, the fifth elder was discussing a secret matter with the second elder, Ling Imo. "Big brother, are we just going to wait like this?" The fifth elder sat at the side and said to the second elder with a gloomy expression, "Then what do you want?" The second elder took a sip of his tea and asked indifferently, "In my opinion, we should kill that bastard as soon as possible," the fifth elder said with a fierce look. Do you think I don't want to? Right now, he has the tiger guards to protect him. Moreover, that old bastard loves him very much. How can he allow anything to happen to him? If we overreach ourselves, everything we have done before will be for naught," the second elder said impatiently. He paused for a moment before saying, "Just bear with it. When the time comes for the competition between the big families, I will take back everything that I have lost." The fifth elder glanced at the second elder and sighed heavily. He did not say anything else. In fact, he understood that his big brother was right. However, he really did not want to see that bastard grow up. When he thought of this, he felt that the kid would become their nightmare in the future. If he did not get rid of him as soon as possible, he would not be able to rest easy. "All right, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Hurry up and urge that old bastard to quickly refine the medicine. We only have 1 year's time. Whatever he needs, try to satisfy him," the second elder ordered. "Yes, big brother." Ling Xiao received the second-tier mid-tier scarlet cinnabar fruit from Wei Dyer and returned home happily. Along the way, he sighed with emotion. This scarlet vermilion fruit was a good thing. Ling Xiao had already memorized the catalog of spirit herbs. When he saw the scarlet vermilion fruit for the first time, he immediately recognized it. This scarlet vermilion fruit had the effect of increasing the profound energy of a martial artist with the fire attribute. It also had the effect of raising the purity of the fire attribute. It was also a spirit fruit that was commonly used to refine medicine. If he sold it, he would be able to sell it for at least a few thousand gold coins. Its value was not any lower than that of a mid-second tier weapon. The scarlet vermilion fruit might not be of much use to the current Ling Xiao. However, this kind of spirit fruit was not difficult to obtain. If he really could not use it, he could sell it and make a small fortune. It could be considered as the price that Wei Dai had to pay for using him. After returning, Ling Xiao stored the scarlet vermilion fruit together with the other things that he had obtained from the Grand Elder. Then, he began to cultivate his profound energy. After today's battle, the profound energy that he had accumulated for many days began to change. He felt that his profound energy was already sufficient to break through to the mid-rank. For any martial artist, the higher the martial rank, the greater the amount of energy required and the slower the advancement speed would be. Even though Ling Xiao was talented, it was not as easy to break through to the martial disciple level as it was to break through to the martial disciple level. Ling Xiao meditated and began to circulate the first stage of the 3 parts returning to vitality technique, essence formation. The 3 parts returning to vitality technique was divided into 3 stages and 9 stages. Each stage had 3 stages. The first stage was essence formation, the second stage was crystal formation, and the third stage was nothingness. The first stage, essence formation, was divided into 3 stages: internalizing qi, opening meridians, and opening acupoints. Currently, Ling Xiao was using the cloud pushing force, divine wind technique, and heavenly frost qi as the foundation to guide the 3 different types of inner strength to transform into the 3 parts returning to vitality technique. He repeated this process endlessly to increase his profound energy. This was also the first stage of internalizing qi. It turned out that Ling Xiao could condense profound energy and become a profound practitioner after opening the 12 main meridians. Now that he was practicing internalizing qi, it was even more beneficial for him to accumulate profound energy and make it easier for him to break through. The 3 types of inner strength guided each other into his body. From time to time, Ling Xiao's face would show an indescribable color, appearing extremely strange. After 2 hours of meditation, a faint white mist faintly appeared around Ling Xiao's body. The profound energy in his body had already reached the bottleneck. If he didn't break through now, then when would he? Ling Xiao increased the speed at which he circulated his profound energy. The balls of profound energy were like waves that constantly surged forward, layer by layer, stacking together and attacking the bottleneck. Boom, boom, boom. All the profound energy gathered at one point, and after a series of attacks, he finally broke through the bottleneck. The profound energy began to nourish his limbs and bones, as well as his internal organs. Ling Xiao only felt that his entire body was extremely comfortable. The strength in his body was increasing exponentially, and his entire person was even more spirited than before. The middle stage profound practitioners have finally arrived. They're really too slow. Ling Xiao wiped his sweat and laughed lightly, then he muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. If his words were heard by others, they would probably spit and drown him to death. Fuck, this kind of breakthrough speed is still considered slow? Didn't everyone else collectively hit the wall? Normally, for a low-level profound practitioner to break through to the middle stage from low-level profound practitioner, it would take at least a year or 2, and this was only for those with decent talent. Those with poor talent might need 3 to 5 years to break through, and those without talent might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. The 3 parts origin returning technique was a very domineering internal cultivation technique. Adding on his own astonishing talent and hard work in cultivation, the 3 were combined into 1. His cultivation speed was naturally several times or even tens of times that of a normal person. This kind of cultivation speed could be compared to a monstrous existence. If it was someone else, they would be overjoyed every day, but this fellow was actually complaining about it. It would be strange if he didn't cause public anger. After an uneventful night, the east gradually brightened. Early in the morning, Ling Zhan ran to the courtyard and laughed wildly. "Brother Zhan, don't laugh so loudly. You're disturbing Xiao's sleep." Meng Xiun looked at her husband with a joyful expression. "Father, mother, what's so happy about?" "Father, you've become a profound practitioner?" Ling Xiao came out from the room and asked. He then glanced at his father and finally understood why his father was so happy. "Yes, son, father has become a profound practitioner again." Ha! Ling Zhan was like a child who had received candy as he laughed crazily. "Congratulations, father. Looks like we can add another dish today." Ling Xiao was happy for Ling Zhan. "Yes, let us father and son have a good drink today. But first, you have to exchange a few moves with me." Ling Zhan replied and then threw a punch at Ling Xiao. If you lose, don't blame your son for embarrassing you. Ling Zhao's reaction was extremely fast, and before Ling Zhan's attack could reach him, he had already retreated. We are at the same level. Although you broke through a month earlier than me, father does not necessarily lose to you. Ling Zhan was full of fighting spirit as he said. He had once cultivated to the peak of the profound practitioner realm, so he still had his battle experience and profound techniques. He believed that he would not lose to his son. Since that's the case, then come. Mother will be the witness. Ling Xiao revealed a victorious smile. Even if he was only a low-level profound practitioner, he had full confidence that he could defeat the current Ling Zhan. Not to mention that he was now a middle-level profound practitioner, and his strength was much stronger than a normal high-level profound practitioner. Even if he faced a profound practitioner, it would not be a problem for him to stay alive. You dare to look down on your father? Watch this. Ling Zhan pounced over once again, and this time his fist was even faster and fiercer than before. No matter what, Ling Xiao would still give his old man some face. He did not directly knock him down, but instead suppressed his strength to exchange blows with his old man. Their fists and legs intertwined, letting out a series of whistling sounds. The more Meng Xiyun watched, the more gratified she felt. Her family was finally no longer trash. The two of them fought barehanded for an hour. Ling Zhan stopped and said with dissatisfaction, "You're not bad, I can't beat you." Father, you're not bad either. Your son can't beat you either." Ling Xiao did not want to hurt his old man, so he had been going easy on him during the fight. "All right, let's call it a day. After I recover for a few more days, I will definitely be able to beat you," Ling Zhan said confidently. "It's impossible for you to beat him." A hoarse voice came from not far away. Chapter 35. Grand Elder, Grand Elder. Everyone respectfully greeted the person who came. The person who had just arrived was the Grand Elder. He looked at Ling Xiao and stroked his beard as he chuckled. "Not bad. You've broken through a small level in such a short time. It looks like you'll be able to become a high-level profound practitioner before the family tournament." Ling Zhan looked at his son in astonishment. "Son, you're already at the middle level?" Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, admitting it. He then said to his mother, "Mother, quickly order the servants to prepare a banquet. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Meng Xiyun smiled and left with Bayushi. "You brat, at least you know what's good for you, knowing to go easy on your father." Ling Zhan patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. While he was happy for Ling Xiao, he also reminded himself to work harder and not lose to his son. Soon, everyone finished eating, and Ling Zhan drank to his heart's content before collapsing into his wife's embrace. After more than 10 years, he had finally regained the strength of a profound practitioner, which made him feel that it was a little unreal. All of this was brought to him by his son, and he felt an indescribable sense of gratitude towards his son. "Grand Elder, where are we going?" Ling Xiao was called out by the Grand Elder, but he didn't know where the old man was taking him. "You'll know when we get there." The Grand Elder replied indifferently and walked unhurriedly towards the back mountain of the Ling family. Along the way, many of the Ling family's guards bowed respectfully when they saw the two. When the two walked far away, the guards secretly discussed among themselves. "Did you see that? The one beside the Grand Elder is young Master Ling Xiao. He's that young Master Ling Xiao who had his meridians destroyed and had to recultivate? I didn't expect his luck to be so good, to actually be recognized by the Grand Elder. Don't look down on young Master Ling Xiao. Although he's only a low-level cultivator, he defeated the high-level young Master Ling Xing during the family competition." "Is that true? A low-level cultivator defeating a high-level cultivator? That's not possible." If you don't believe me, ask around, who doesn't know about this?" Ling Xiao and the Grand Elder headed straight for the back mountain of the Ling family. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Mou arrived at the back mountain of the Ling family. "Old Master, why did we come to the back of the mountain?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. At this time, the Supreme Elder finally explained his purpose for coming, to cultivate the second form of the Vajra 5 transformations technique. The second of the 5 transformations of the Vajra was tendon refinement. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and quietly waited for the Grand Elder's arrangements. The Grand Elder shouted, "Come out, all of you." Immediately after, 5 people jumped out from different directions. They were all wearing the same martial attire and respectfully greeted the Supreme Elder. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." Ling Xiao looked at these people. Each of them was full of energy and he couldn't see through their cultivation, but his intuition told him that these people were at least at the mystic realm. The 5 of them are respectively metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 of them are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are experts of the mystic disciple level. In the future, they will take turns to use different attributes to attack you, and your task is to not resist. You can only use the Vajra 5 transformation secrets to resist. For the first half a month, you can take the dew returning pill to heal your wounds, but in the following days, you can't take the dew returning pill anymore. Every night, I will send someone to bring you medicine for you to soak in. If you can't even get through this, then it is possible that you will end up with 4 limbs crippled. The Grand Elder put away his usual gentle smile and said seriously to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao listened with his mouth wide open, speechless. He knew that to cultivate the second transformation, he had to endure the constant attacks of hard objects, especially the tendons of the 4 limbs. Then, through the cultivation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the broken tendons would be reconnected, and this would repeat until the tendons were as hard as steel. However, he didn't think that the Grand Elder would be so strict and actually let the Mystic Realm cultivators attack and use different attributes to take turns. This kind of cruel training, anyone who heard it would be so scared that they wouldn't dare to cultivate anymore. "Old Master, you can't be so cruel. What if my limbs are really broken?" Ling Xiao said with a chill in his heart. "Don't worry, I will let them not be so heavy in the beginning. They will start with the full strength of a high-level profound practitioner, and in the future when you can withstand it, they will gradually strengthen the attack until you have cultivated the second transformation to the realm of small success." The Grand Elder said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart finally calmed down a little. He had already cultivated the first transformation, refining skin, and could withstand the full strength of a high-level profound practitioner. "Alright, for this period of time, you can stay in the back mountain and cultivate. Come out when you have cultivated to the realm of small success." After saying this, the Grand Elder turned and left. Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Elder's back and said unhappily, "What an inhumane old man. Young Master, we are going to attack." Just as the Grand Elder left, someone said to Ling Xiao, "Don't rush, I am not ready yet." Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped him. The Grand Elder said that if you are lazy and don't cultivate, you don't have to eat that day. The person said indifferently again. "Damn, that's too ruthless," Ling Xiao cursed. He then took off his cloak and patted his chest. "Who's going to come first? This young master has never been afraid of anyone." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, someone stood up and said, "Young master, I am of the metal attribute. I will go first, please excuse me." After saying this, the person swung both his fists at the same time, and 2 golden rays of light blasted towards Ling Xiao's arms. Boom! But Ling Xiao was hit by the light and could not help but cry out. And nothing happened. Ling Xiao looked at his arms and was surprised to find that they were fine. "Young master, that was only the power of a mid-level profound practitioner. The next one will be the power of a high-level profound practitioner. Watch carefully, young master," the metal attribute martial artist said. Immediately after, 2 more golden rays attacked, and the golden rays were even more vigorous than before. Boom! It hurts. This time, Ling Xiao cried out in pain. The clothes on his hands were torn, and bruises appeared on his arms. Although the first layer of the tempered skin could withstand a full blow from a high-level profound practitioner, it did not mean that he would be completely fine after blocking it. There would still be some basic swelling and pain. Following that, the metal attribute martial artist treated Ling Xiao like a sandbag and controlled his strength to that of a high-level profound practitioner, bombarding Ling Xiao without stopping. At first, Ling Xiao screamed incessantly, like a criminal being tortured, and let the attacks hit him. Later, he used the Vajra 5 transformation technique to resist, and the pain gradually decreased. Moreover, he realized that every time he was hit, the speed of his profound energy circulation would increase. After a day, Ling Xiao's body was covered in bruises, and his limbs were extremely red and swollen. There was even a lot of blood seeping out, and he looked very frightening. In the evening, Bai Yushi carried a basket to deliver food to Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao's appearance, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. "Young master, you have so many injuries." Bai Yushi gently caressed Ling Xiao's wounds and said with heartache. However, thinking of her own identity, she couldn't help but shrink her wrist. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to hold her slender hand. That delicate and smooth feeling made Ling Xiao's mind sway. "Young master!" Bai Yushi exclaimed softly. Her beautiful face lowered, and a blush spread to the roots of her ears. "Yushi, come and feed young master. I can't even move my hands." Ling Xiao reluctantly let go of Bai Yushi and said, Bai Yushi nodded slightly dejectedly, and then picked up the food to feed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at her delicate and tender face, and looked at her obedient appearance. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body. Bai Yushi noticed that Ling Xiao was staring at her, and suddenly became nervous. Her entire heart had long since pounced on Ling Xiao, and this was the first time she had served Ling Xiao intimately. Her heart was beating extremely fast. After the meal, 2 attendants immediately brought over a large bucket of hot water. All kinds of precious medicinal herbs were already soaked in it. "Young master, it's time to take a bath. Old master said that you have to bathe in this kind of medicine every day from now on. Only then will it be able to help your body cultivate." Bai Yushi remembered the Grand Elder's instructions and passed it on to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and stood up. Unfortunately, his legs went soft and he almost fell down. Fortunately, Bai Yushi, who was at the side, supported him in time. Smelling the faint fragrance of a virgin, Ling Xiao felt a little guilty. He cursed in his heart. He had been a man for 2 lives, yet he still hadn't lost his virginity. This was too vexing. Bai Yushi supported Ling Xiao to the side of the wooden barrel, only to see that the water inside was still bubbling and steaming. "Young master, I'll help you bathe and change your clothes," Bai Yushi said somewhat nervously. In the past, it was always Ling Xiao who bathed by himself, but today, Ling Xiao's limbs were inconvenient, so she was already prepared to serve the young master the entire time. "This, I'll do it myself." Ling Xiao was still not used to being seen naked, and said somewhat embarrassedly. However, this time, Bai Yushi did not leave obediently like before. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao with a wronged expression, her beautiful eyes rippling with faint mist. "Yushi, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Young master, do you hate me?" Bai Yushi said with a tone that made people feel pity for her. "How could that be? I don't even have time to dote on you. How could I hate you? Then why don't you let me serve you? The other masters and young masters will all let their maids help them bathe and change their clothes, and they will even help them warm their beds. But young master, you never let me do these things. Don't you hate me?" Ling Xiao raised his red and swollen hand and scratched Bai Yushi's nose. "Silly girl, are you really willing to do these things for young master? Those maids were all forced to offer themselves. I don't want to do that to you. Don't forget that you're still my sworn sister." "Young master, I can do anything for you. I'm willing." After saying that, Bai Yushi actually untied the light muslin on her body. A graceful, curvaceous, round, and smooth alluring body appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had seen a girl's body. In his previous life, he had also peeped at his senior and junior sisters bathing. However, when it truly appeared in front of his eyes, his blood vessels immediately spurted out, and his lower body seemed to instantly erect a small tent. His throat unconsciously rolled a little. "Young master, let me help you bathe and change your clothes, okay?" Bayushi's delicate face was as red as a flower, and her pair of white hands continuously helped Ling Xiao take off his martial clothes. In an instant, the cave was filled with ripples of an ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 36. Ling Xiao fell into the large wooden barrel. Hiss! Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This water was too hot, even a layer of his skin could be scalded off. Fortunately, he had cultivated the first transformation, and his skin and flesh had become incomparably hard. Otherwise, he would have jumped out of the barrel. Ling Xiao began to recite the Vajra 5 transformation technique in his heart, and began to absorb the medicinal properties in the barrel. At the beginning, the absorption speed wasn't very fast, but Ling Xiao could still clearly feel that his red and swollen skin was slowly fading, and those broken wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of his cells became active, rushing to absorb the medicinal properties. Gradually, Ling Xiao entered a state where he forgot about himself and his absorption speed gradually increased. The medicinal water in the barrel turned into a whirlpool, and with Ling Xiao as the center, it slowly rotated. This state looked extremely mystical. Bayushi, who was at the side, didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that she would disturb Ling Xiao. She retreated to the side and began to cultivate the Water Moon Divine technique. She was already a 4th-rank martial artist. From an ordinary person without any foundation to a 4th-rank martial artist, it only took her a little more than a month. This was inseparably related to the Water Moon Divine technique that Ling Xiao taught her. Originally, her meridians were all intact, and her talent wasn't that of a low-class person. Naturally, her cultivation was like a god's help, and it definitely wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the profound realm in the future. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the Vajra 5 transformation technique wasn't only a physical body strengthening technique, it was actually a powerful technique that could quickly absorb medicinal properties. He really couldn't figure out where the Supreme Elder got such a mystical technique from. If he continued to cultivate like this, in the future, if he were to find all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs to absorb, would his body reach the state where it would be invulnerable to blades and metals and the 5 elements? Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about these questions for the time being. His absorption speed became faster and faster, and the 3 parts restoration technique actually circulated automatically, absorbing a part of the medicinal properties and tasting his internal organs, strengthening his body's muscles. The magic of the 3 parts return to Yuan Qi made Ling Xiao speechless. No wonder Xiongba could dominate the Wulin world with the 3 parts return to Yuan Qi. 2 hours later, the black liquid actually became clear. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had absorbed all the medicinal properties in the water. If the Grand Elder was here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop. It took him almost half a night to absorb so much medicinal power, but Ling Xiao only used 2 hours. This speed of absorption was really godly. Awesome! Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and a pair of sharp eyes shot out. He couldn't help but let out a light cry as he bounced out of the wooden barrel. His entire body spun in the air before landing on the ground. "Young master, are you done?" Bayushi immediately woke up from her meditation and exclaimed happily. Ling Xiao looked straight at Bayushi. He was just about to speak when his face instantly turned completely red like a young girl. It was so embarrassing. Only now did he remember that he was completely naked. Bayushi had already seen Ling Xiao's body when he was soaking in the medicinal water. Now that she was looking at Ling Xiao's majestic body again, she was no longer as shy as before, but her face was a little rosy. She walked in front of Ling Xiao and boldly hugged Ling Xiao's waist, and said softly, "Young master, take me." Boom. In an instant, other than his lower body standing straight like a spear, Ling Xiao's mind suddenly went blank. Although he had constantly fantasized about taking Bayushi, when it was really about to happen, he was like a peerless expert turning into a powerless ordinary person. He didn't know what to do. Bayushi buried her delicate face in Ling Xiao's chest, and her tender hands tightly hugged Ling Xiao's waist. She was an inexperienced girl and didn't know how to please a man. Ling Xiao regained a trace of clarity and faintly asked, Yushi, you really don't regret it? Ling Xiao's breathing became rapid, and his eyes gradually revealed greed and possessiveness. Young master, since the moment you saved me, Yushi has decided to only be your woman for the rest of my life. Young master, take me, Yushi won't regret it. By Yushi's soft and gentle voice was filled with an incomparably firm tone. All right, this young master will fulfill your wish. From today onwards, you are Ling Xiao's woman. The desire in Ling Xiao's heart completely exploded, and after saying that, he roughly hugged Bayushi. His thick lips heavily pressed on her delicate lips, and one hand violently tore apart her clothes. An ear-piercing sound of cloth tearing rang out. With a beauty in his arms, her delicate face was like a flower, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her breath was like orchids, extremely tempting. Such a beautiful scenery, such a beautiful flower for him to pluck. If he didn't respond, he would definitely be punished by the heavens. Ling Xiao didn't want to be punished by the heavens, so he finally did what any man would do, beastly. Following the sound of a delicate voice, a moving song of love interweaved in the cave. Above the sky, the full moon quietly hid in the black clouds, as if it didn't want to see this embarrassing scene. The east gradually brightened, and a ray of sunlight illuminated the earth. Ling Xiao had long since received cruel torture outside the cave. Last night, after absorbing the medicinal properties of various precious medicinal herbs, Ling Xiao's body had already recovered, and he had also broken through the restrictions of 2 lifetimes, becoming a real man. His spirit was especially vigorous. Today, the one attacking Ling Xiao was a wood elemental martial artist. Streaks of thorny vines kept whipping Ling Xiao's body, and the streaks of bloody scars were frighteningly hideous. The pain of the wood elemental and metal elemental were different. The metal elemental's attack came directly, and the pain made one scream incessantly, but the wood elemental's attack was soft with a hint of hardness. That corrosive pain slowly spread to every part of the nerves. That kind of pain simply made one beg for death. Today's attack already had the strength of a low-level mystic cultivator. Ling Xiao kept using the Vajra 5 transformation formula to resist, but he still felt that the veins on his arms and legs were about to tear. When he really couldn't take it anymore, he forcefully swallowed a dew-recalling pill. Come on, I am an undying cockroach. After taking the dew-recalling pill, Ling Xiao pulled himself together again and shouted. His aura was shocking, like an undying god of war. Those snake-like scars were frighteningly hideous. Even the wood elemental martial artist who was responsible for attacking Ling Xiao was shocked. What a frightening fighting spirit! The other 4 martial artists at the side all exclaimed in their hearts. Smack, smack. Not enough, then. After another round of crazy whipping, Ling Xiao seemed to have gotten used to the intensity and shouted at the martial artist who was attacking him. It was the first time that the wood elemental martial artist tortured someone like this, and also the first time he saw someone who could take such a beating. Instantly, he used all his strength to attack Ling Xiao crazily. He had already used 80% of the power of a low-level mystic cultivator. If it was an ordinary mystic cultivator who took it head-on, they would have broken their arms and legs. Ling Xiao was no exception. His arms and legs were starting to deform, and his whole body was about to collapse. Only a fighting spirit that refused to admit defeat was holding him up. Finally, before he fell, the sun couldn't bear it anymore and finally quietly sank into the ground. Another day has finally passed. Ling Xiao fell down in a daze, a victorious smile still hanging on his face. Bayushi came to deliver food again. Looking at Ling Xiao's tormented appearance, her heart ached so much that it was bleeding. Last night, she was already young master's woman, and her whole heart was hung on Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao's wounds, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. However, she knew that Ling Xiao was undergoing the strictest training. She could only grit her teeth and pray that young master would definitely be able to take it. She placed Ling Xiao into the wooden bucket and let Ling Xiao absorb the medicinal power to heal his wounds again. Outside the cave, the 5 martial artists of different attributes were discussing with lingering fear. What mystic technique did Grand Elder make young Master Ling Xiao practice? It's actually so harsh. You ask me, but who should I ask? Only the Grand Elder knows. Young Master Ling Xiao is the successor disciple that the Grand Elder has set his eyes on, so it's natural that he's stricter. But this is too terrible. Look at young Master Ling Xiao's tendons in his arms and legs. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to take it. Moreover, young Master Ling Xiao is only a mid-level profound practitioner. I wonder if he can continue training tomorrow? I think it's hard to get up even if he's made of iron. On the second day, Ling Xiao appeared in front of the martial artists who were sparring with him, scaring them to the point that they couldn't believe it was true. They finally understood how monstrous young Master Ling Xiao was. It was as if he had an immortal body. He could stand up after being beaten half to death. He was too strong. As expected, he was the successor disciple that the Grand Elder thought highly of. Today, it was the day that the martial artist of the water attribute destroyed Ling Xiao. The attacks of the water attribute martial artist were much milder than the attacks of the other 4 attributes, so he attacked with full force from the start. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and endured for another day. At the last moment, he was still able to stand. Another day passed. On the 4th day, it was the attack of the fire attribute martial artist. Fire and metal attribute attacks were known for their fierceness. The taste of being roasted by fire caused Ling Xiao to scream incessantly. His arms, which were originally as delicate as a woman's, were almost burnt to a crisp. On this day, Ling Xiao took 2 dew returning pills in succession to endure. On the 5th day, it was the attack of the earth attribute martial artist. This repeated endlessly, and Ling Xiao endured for a full half a month. On this night, Ling Xiao had just returned from the torture and jumped into the wooden barrel. In less than 10 minutes, he had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the barrel. However, he discovered that his tendons and meridians were not as complete as before. F***ck, you don't have to play me like this, Ling Xiao said with a shrug. There was only half a month's supply of dew returning pills, and he had already taken all of them. In the future, he could not take any more dew returning pills to heal his injuries. Now, even the medicinal water was not enough to heal his body. What could he do? Ling Xiao also knew that this was not because the medicinal water was insufficient. In addition to the Vajra 5 transformation art, the 3 parts restoration chi had also absorbed a certain proportion of the medicinal effects. This resulted in a situation where the medicinal effects were insufficient, and naturally, there was no way to restore the damaged tendons and meridians. Coincidentally, Bai Yushi did not come to deliver food today. Instead, it was another waiter. This time, Ling Xiao really could not call for help. I can only rely on myself to recover. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely on external objects this time. He calmed his mind and began to circulate the second transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation art, refining tendons. He began to use his own profound energy to slowly dredge and nourish his tendons and meridians. At the beginning, the process was very slow, but the results were obvious. His tendons and meridians gradually began to feel. Ling Xiao could not help but secretly sigh. This Vajra 5 transformation art was indeed extraordinary. As long as he had enough profound energy in the future, his recovery speed would definitely be much faster than now. He could not help but feel that this should not be called the Vajra 5 transformation art, but the art of rebirth. However, just when Ling Xiao thought he was very satisfied, the 3 parts restoration chi also began to circulate. Another wave of profound energy separated from his dantian and went in different directions to repair his tendons and meridians. Looks like the 3 parts restoration chi also has a recovery ability. It's too powerful. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh again, and then began to concentrate. Ling Xiao entered the state of being in harmony with himself, and his body was slowly recovering. If Ling Xiao looked inside, he would be surprised to find that his tendons and meridians were actually several times tougher than before. After meditating for an entire night, Ling Xiao finally recovered. Just as he was about to laugh heartily, he heard a piece of news that made him extremely angry. A towering rage made him lose his reason, and he became like a bloodthirsty magical beast. Chapter 37. Ever since Bayushi became Ling Zhao's woman, her mood had been extremely good. She had finally become the young master's woman. She was extremely happy. Ever since the young master saved her from Li Guangyin's hands, she had made up her mind to follow the young master for the rest of her life. This was because there were too few people who were willing to help commoner girls these days, not to mention that they didn't ask for anything in return after saving someone. This kind of person was indeed worthy of being followed by ordinary people. After she came to the Ling family and interacted with the young master every day, she realized that the young master was very different from the other young masters of the other families. He had always treated her courteously, never treating her like a servant, but more like a relative. His words were humorous and graceful, and he was even willing to get injured for her. When he was free, he would even teach her mystical techniques, allowing her to become a respectable martial artist. She was so touched by all of this. For a maidservant like her who had already accepted her fate as a slave, this was something she had never dreamed of. Other than giving her body to the young master, she didn't know how to repay the young master's kindness. At the same time, she herself had fallen deeply in love with the young master, so she didn't expect the young master to marry her openly. As long as the young master had a little bit of her place in the center, she would be satisfied. She went to deliver food to the young master every day, and when she found out that the young master's martial clothes had all been destroyed, she felt her heart ache, but at the same time, she thought about how she hadn't done anything for the young master, so she wanted to go to the market today to buy some high-quality cloth to make some clothes for the young master. Actually, she could have asked the tailor to make it, but that wouldn't reflect her intentions, so she planned to make clothes for the young master herself. In the past, she had always made clothes for herself and her mother at home. Arriving at the cloth store, Bayushi chose a few good pieces of cloth. When she paid the bill and came out, she accidentally bumped into someone. "Aya, your dog eyes are blind, you actually dare to bump into me." After Bayushi lightly bumped into that person with a piece of cloth, that person immediately pulled away the mulberry and cursed. Bayushi was a kind person and felt that she was in the wrong, so she immediately apologized to the woman. "I'm sorry, miss, I didn't do it on purpose." "You think a single word of apology is enough? Do you know who I am? Do you think a lowly servant like you can touch me?" The woman's looks were not bad, but she was far inferior to Bayushi. When she saw how beautiful Bayushi was, the anger in her heart grew. She immediately raised her arm and slapped Bayushi's face. Slap. A solid slap landed on Bayushi's delicate face. Not only that, but that woman actually didn't show any mercy and kicked Bayushi's lower abdomen. She was originally a 4th-level martial disciple, but when facing this woman, she did not have the strength to fight back. One reason was that she did not expect the other party to suddenly hit her, and the other reason was that the other party was stronger than her. "Forget it, Miss Qin. She didn't do it on purpose. Please don't be angry. I have top-quality cloth here. Please come over and take a look." The shopkeeper felt pity for Bayushi and immediately said to the woman respectfully, "You lowly servant, don't let me see you again in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you." The woman was still very angry and scolded. In her heart, she was especially jealous that Bayushi was prettier than her. "Sister Qin, who made you angry?" A magnetic greeting came from the door. The person who walked in was a handsome young master. He was about 25 years old, wore a blue robe, and held a white fan in his hand. He was full of romantic nature. His name was Lan Guangxing, and he was an expert of the younger generation in Meteor City, second only to the Lan family of the 3 great families. He had just broken through to the Mystic Knight realm not long ago. The woman who used violence against Bayushi was the younger generation disciple of the Li family of the 3 great families, Li Qingqing. She was 22 years old and had the strength of a middle-stage profound practitioner. Currently, Lan Guangxing was madly chasing after Li Qingqing. The main reason was that the Lan family hoped to close the distance between them and the Li family through marriage and form an alliance relationship. This was to prepare for entering the ranks of the great families in the future. Li Qingqing pointed at Bai Yushi, who was picking up the cloth on the ground, and said, "Oh, it's this stinking brat. She bumped into me." Actually, Bai Yushi had only used a piece of cloth to lightly touch her earlier, and even an ordinary person wouldn't feel any pain. Yet as a mid-stage profounder, she said that she felt pain from the collision, so she was obviously looking for an excuse. Lan Guangxing looked at Bai Yushi and his eyes immediately lit up. He praised in his heart, "What a beautiful woman." Li Qingqing just happened to catch the expression on Lan Guangxing's face when he looked at Bai Yushi. She immediately became even angrier and immediately vented her anger on Bai Yushi. She walked over and fiercely kicked Bai Yushi again. "Hurry up and scram." Bai Yushi felt extremely wronged. She didn't think that she would suffer like this when she came out to buy something. She had a kind nature, so she forcefully endured the pain in her stomach and tears of grievance. She hugged the cloth and wanted to run out of the cloth shop. However, before she could run out, Li Qingqing grabbed her hair from behind. "Ah, I've already apologized. What else do you want?" Bai Yushi cried out in pain. "Stinking brat, you dare to talk back? I'll tear your mouth apart." Li Qingqing raised her hand and continuously slapped Bai Yushi's face. Pa. The crisp sounds were ear-piercing. Poor Bai Yushi, there were a few red handprints on her delicate face. There were even traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely miserable. At this time, a female servant from the Ling family who came out with Bai Yushi rushed in from outside and pointed at Li Qingqing. "Why did you hit her?" This female servant was a servant that the Ling family had assigned to Ling Zhao's family. She was 19 years old and called Xiao Mei. She had just come out to buy something with Bai Yushi, but she didn't expect that Bai Yushi would be beaten up like this after just a short while. She knew Bai Yushi's position in Ling Zhao's family, and young Master Ling Xiao doted on her a lot. If young Master Ling Xiao knew that Bai Yushi was beaten up like this, it would be strange if he didn't blame her. Another blind slut. Li Qingqing's personality wasn't good to begin with. Seeing that someone dared to offend her, she immediately pointed at Xiao Mei and scolded. She then turned to Lan Guangxing and said, "Brother Sheng, help me teach her a lesson." Lan Guangxing nodded, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He waved his white fan toward Xiao Mei. But Xiao Mei was just an ordinary person and didn't have any martial arts. After being hit by Lan Guangxing's fan, her body was sent flying out of the door and she immediately fainted. "Xiao Mei!" Bai Yushi cried out in alarm. She then glared at Li Qingqing and Lan Guangxing and said, "Have you guys hit enough? We're from the Ling family." Bai Yushi originally didn't want to bring up the Ling family's name. After all, they were just maidservants. But now that they were about to be beaten to death, if they didn't retaliate, could it be that they were just waiting for death? No, she still wanted to go back and see her young master. She still wanted to go back and make clothes for her young master. She wasn't willing to be trampled to death like this. Ling family? Li Qingqing was startled. Lan Guangxing and the shopkeeper's expressions changed. The Ling family was the #1 family in Meteor City, and they couldn't afford to offend them. "Sister Qing, I think we should just let it go." Lan Guangxing felt guilty and couldn't help but try to persuade Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing unhappily said, "So what if it's the Ling family? You're just lowly maidservants. Even if I drag you and sell you off, the Ling family won't stand up for you. Besides, do you think our Li family is afraid of the Ling family? Was the Li family afraid of the Ling family?" The answer was obvious. The Ling family was a large family that had developed for nearly 1,000 years. Their foundation was much deeper than the Li and Luo families. Moreover, the Ling family's grand elder was famous, and the Li family couldn't afford to offend him. However, Li Qingqing wasn't willing to let this maidservant off just like that. Thinking about her lowly status, she believed that the Ling family wouldn't go against the Li family for a maidservant. Thinking up to here, Li Qingqing was filled with confidence. At the same time, she thought of an excellent way to vent her anger. She was going to sell this lowly maidservant who was prettier than her and turn her into a pawn for tens of thousands of men to ride on. It was undeniable that once a woman became jealous, she would be extremely cruel and deadly. Lan Guangxing couldn't help but feel pity for this beautiful maidservant. He still hadn't had the chance to enjoy her. Bai Yuxi was forcefully taken away by Li Qingqing. An hour later, Xiao Mei faintly woke up. "Yuxi, where are you?" The first thing Xiao Mei did when she woke up was find Bai Yuxi. The kind-hearted shopkeeper said to Xiao Mei, "She's already been taken away by the Li family's young miss." Hearing this, Xiao Mei's face immediately turned pale. After a moment of sluggishness, she immediately ran back to the Ling family. She had to tell this news to the young master. Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, one of the Li family's businesses, was a famous brothel in Meteor City. The people who frequented this place were all rich young masters, and there were even mercenaries and adventurers who often risked their lives to survive. They all enjoyed this kind of extravagant and carefree life. Li Qingqing knocked Bai Yuxi unconscious and brought her to the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Then, she handed her over to the old maid here. After giving some instructions to the old maid, she went upstairs to watch the show. Li Qingqing glanced at Lan Guangxing and said, "Are you reluctant to part with that smelly pawn?" Lan Guangxing immediately explained, "How could that be? She's not even 1,000th, no, a 10,000th as pretty as Sister Qin. At least you know what's good for you." Li Qingqing lightly snorted, feeling extremely pleased in her heart. Drunken Fragrance Pavilion's main hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. Bai Yuxi was awoken by a splash of cold water. She raised her head and discovered that she had been placed in an iron cage. She was surrounded by men, young, middle-aged, old, all of them were staring at her with lustful eyes. She didn't know where she was, but she knew that her situation was extremely bad. She immediately cried out, "Let me out, let me out." However, no matter how much she screamed, no one paid any attention to her. Only obscene laughter reverberated in the air. At this time, the old maid slowly walked out from the back. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, take a look.